the doors be open. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-60, Economic Action Plan 2013, Act Number 1, and on the amendment of Mr. Goodale.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak about Canada's Economic Action Plan 2013, which continues to deliver results for Canadians, keeps us in the lead amongst G7 nations, and keeps Canada on track to return to balanced budgets by 2015. One of the ways that we'll accomplish that is by creating jobs, by building equipment for the Canadian Armed Forces in Canada. We owe it to our men and women in uniform to give them the best equipment possible to fulfill the demands we place on them and to bring them home safely. We owe it to Canadian industry to give it the opportunity to play a major role in that process and develop stronger manufacturing base with a capacity for leading-edge technology and innovation. And we owe it to Canadian taxpayers to ensure that their dollars are spent for the maximum benefit to Canada in all respects. Building on the success of the National Shipbuilding Procurement Strategy, the government will better ensure that purchases of military equipment create economic opportunities for Canadians by developing key domestic industrial capabilities to help guide procurement, by promoting export opportunities, and by reforming the current procurement process to improve outcomes. The recently released Jenkins report frames the unique once-in-a-century opportunity presented by major investments in Canada's armed forces to create jobs and economic growth while enhancing Canada's ability to defend its sovereignty. Many highly industrialized countries have clear strategies to promote their defence sectors, based on a recognition that it is in the national interest to have a strong domestic defence-related manufacturing base that produces leading-edge equipment. For Canada, such a strategy can generate high-value exports and support high-paying jobs for Canadians. A key opportunity for doing so is by targeting the $49 billion in industrial and regional benefits obligations that foreign companies are expected to accumulate by 2007 to support high-skilled and high-value opportunities and jobs in Canadian industries. These opportunities would be selected based on the needs of the Canadian Armed Forces, the potential to access global markets, and the potential for increasing investments in Canadian research and innovation. Our government will work with industry sectors and stakeholders, such as the Canadian Association of Defence and Security Industries, to identify areas of Canadian competitiveness, trends in global supply and demand in defence-related industries. Further, we will ensure that major procurements include a plan for participation by Canadian industry prior to approving the project. We will develop a refined set of key industrial capabilities for use over the long term and examine how existing policies and programs can be tailored to support a government-wide strategy while remaining cognizant of Canada's international trade obligations. In parallel, the government will reform the current procurement process to improve outcomes. This will include thorough and rigorous options analyses, a challenge function for military requirements, early and frequent industry involvement, and strengthened oversight with the use of third-party expertise. Mr. Speaker, Canada has many success stories to tell in using the purchase of equipment for the Canadian Armed Forces to create jobs and economic growth in Canada. CAE Inc. sells its products and services to over 190 countries and employs more than 8,000 people. CAE is the world leader in simulation equipment, commercial aviation training, helicopter aviation training, military virtual air training, and healthcare simulation technology. I've had the pleasure of using CAE products for many years in one of my previous lives and can attest to their excellence. General Dynamics Land Systems Canada, or GDLS, based in London and Edmonton, is a world leader in the design, manufacture, and support of wheeled light armoured vehicles, or LAVs, and a multi-billion-dollar firm with over 2,300 highly skilled employees. As a result of procurements and related support from the government, GDLS Canada has generated direct sales of light armoured vehicles in excess of $17 billion over the past 35 years. They've created approximately 500,000 person-years of employment in Canada, and they've established a supplier base of over 400 Canadian companies located in every province. Recently, I had the pleasure of attending the rollout in Edmonton of the first of the LAV-3 upgrades, and having ridden around Afghanistan a few times in its predecessor, I know that the upgrades will be welcomed by our soldiers. The $35 billion National Shipbuilding Procurement Strategy, announced in 2010, means jobs and economic growth for the country, stability for the industry, and vital equipment for the men and women of the Royal Canadian Navy and Canadian Coast Guard. Over the next 30 years, it is estimated that 15,000 direct and indirect jobs may result from the National Shipbuilding Procurement Strategy projects, including skilled work in a variety of sectors. Through this process, our government is helping small and medium-sized enterprises to participate in global supply chains that will result from these projects, creating growth and jobs throughout the country. A good example of that would be the supply of landing gear assemblies on about 4,000 F-35s by Heru DevTech of Longueuil, Quebec. The Government of Canada acts as the first user of pre-commercial innovations through the Canadian Innovation Commercialization Program, or CICP. Through CICP, federal departments test prototypes developed by Canadian businesses and provide feedback to help improve these innovative products before they are marketed to customers. This program is particularly useful for small and medium-sized enterprises, which often find it difficult to find the resources to bring innovative products to market. Participating companies have been strongly supportive of CICP since it was launched in 2010, and our government will officially launch the military component of the program in the near future. Mr. Speaker, Canada's aerospace sector is a global technology leader and a major source of high-quality jobs, directly employing 66,000 people across Canada, and it's among the most research-intensive industries in the country. The Honourable David Emerson, head of the Aerospace Review, delivered his final report to the Minister of Industry on November 29, 2012. That report detailed a series of recommendations aimed at strengthening the aerospace and space sectors in Canada. Our government is carefully reviewing the advice of the Aerospace Review and will take action over the coming year to improve the focus and coordination of programs and practices of relevance to the aerospace and space sectors. The largest aerospace-specific innovation support program is the Permanent Strategic Aerospace and Defense Initiative, or SADE, which provides repayable contributions to support strategic innovative projects by aerospace, space, defense, and security companies. Since its launch in 2007, SADE has authorized $826 million in assistance to 25 projects, of which $411 million has been dispersed to date. Two examples of Alberta-based companies supported by SADE are Semi-Biosys Genetics, Inc. and Aeromechanical Services Limited. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to provide stable funding for SADE, close to $1 billion over 5 years, and will review the program's administration and operation over the coming year to ensure that it continues to respond to the needs of this dynamic sector. Economic Action Plan 2013 will provide $110 million over 4 years, beginning in 2014-15, and $55 million per year on an ongoing basis thereafter for the creation of an aerospace technology demonstration program. This program will support large-scale technology projects that exhibit strong commercialization potential and promote collaboration among industries, including simulation trials, systems integration testing, and refinement activities. A component of the program will support research costs at post-secondary institutions that serve wider industry needs. As recommended by the Aerospace Review, a portion of these resources, rising to $20 million annually, will be reallocated from the Strategic Aerospace and Defense Initiative. We will also launch consultations in the coming months regarding the creation of a national aerospace research and technology network to be led by Industry Canada in collaboration with relevant stakeholders. The network will engage stakeholders in industry, post-secondary institutions, and government laboratories to identify strategic technology areas and encourage collaboration in research and development. Mr. Speaker, the motto of the Royal Canadian Air Force is Per Ardua ad Astra, through adversity to the stars. It is not just within our atmosphere that Economic Action Plan 2013 will have effect. Canada's space industry is a sophisticated research and innovation leader, successfully turning investments in knowledge into a global advantage in several niche areas, including robotics and satellite communications. Canada's space capabilities will be showcased through the ongoing development of the RadarSat Constellation mission, for which a $706 million satellite construction contract has recently been signed with McDonald Detweiler and Associates. Canada's leading role in space is also demonstrated through continued participation in the International Space Station mission and the command of Expedition 35 of the station by Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield. Commander Hadfield has made all Canadians proud, Mr. Speaker, and I've been privileged to fly CF-18s with him in the past in Cold Lake and Bagotville. The Aerospace Review has made important recommendations with respect to policies and programs specific to the space sector, and our government is currently examining these recommendations to determine the way ahead. Mr. Speaker, Canada's high-tech, defence-related aerospace and space industries have a bright future, and our government will continue to encourage growth of Canadian capacity to lead the world. Economic Action Plan 2013 takes several steps that will enhance that process, and I encourage all members of this House, and indeed all Canadians, to get on board, work hard, and enjoy the ride. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I would like to bring him in the Part 3, Section 6 of the bill, particularly 136 and 137, where ultimately what is being proposed in the bill, C-60, is to provide some definitions. When we talk about state-owned enterprise, it's defined it's of interest. Unfortunately, during the information session on Monday night, public servants seem to tell us that despite that definition, any takeover, any purchase of Canadian companies by a state-owned enterprise would be subject to the definition in 137, that is transactions of $1 billion and more. So I'd like to know from my colleague how this could protect us from interference from foreign governments, given that we have seen some specific cases of concern with regard to the takeover of our natural resources.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. You know, Canada is a leader in the resource industry. He mentioned the resource industry specifically, and we have tremendous capacity for foreign investment in Canada to help us develop that industry. We're always going to do that with the best interests of Canadians in mind first, but that doesn't mean that we have to operate with foreign investment. It's helped develop our resources at this point. It will help in the future. We do have to deal with people that can be challenging from time to time, and that's why we do put measures in place, Mr. Speaker, to protect Canadians. It's not going to be a one-way negotiation. It's always going to be two ways. Obviously, anybody doing business in Canada has to be done for their benefit as well. We understand that, just like Canadian businesses doing business in other countries. You know, it's not. We don't live in a bubble. We have to work within the environment of international cooperation, international law, and we will put in place, as we have, measures that will protect Canadian investors, but at the same time, we do have to work in the much broader world market.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Edmonton Centre. And I really appreciated his speech, but I also appreciate his perspective. As everyone knows, he has served Canada nobly, and he does take an overview of the entire country when he brings forward his comments. So I wanted to ask him about the interconnectivity of Canada's economy, especially for manufacturing. As he knows, I come from Oshawa, and it's very dependent on manufacturing. He mentioned the SADI program and how that program helps manufacturers in the aerospace industry. But there's some excellent things in this budget that is really going to be helping Canadian manufacturers. And he does have a lot of knowledge as well about the energy sector and the challenges right now facing the energy sector in his province. However, by developing these resources in the energy sector, it has a great spin-off for places in my community and in Ontario for manufacturing. And I was wondering if you could contrast our government's approach to helping out manufacturers and creating jobs as opposed to the NDP's approach, where they actually go down to another country and lobby against Canadian jobs, lobby against Canadian industries. And if you could give perspective of the two different approaches to the House today, that would be wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague very much for his comments and his question. It's quite true. We take a very different approach in the opposition to doing business, whether it's in Canada or abroad. And frankly, their approach of leaving the country and trashing our industries is quite shameful. The resource industry in Alberta is a key driver of the Canadian economy. There's no question about that. It is sure as heck not a disease, Mr. Speaker, of any particular nationality. It's the driver of the Canadian economy. But a job in Alberta in the oil sands means a job in manufacturing in Ontario or Quebec or somewhere else in the country. A very high percentage of Ontario's manufacturing process is tied to the oil sands. If the oil sands ever shut down, as some across the way would like, I know, ideologically, and that's up to them. They can take that view. If that ever happened, manufacturing in Ontario would shut down. The steel industry would shut down. So they lose perspective entirely on, as my colleague said, the interconnectivity of all business in Canada. A lot of it's geographical. Alberta has an oil industry because of a fate of geography. Quebec has hydropower because of an accident of geography. BC has forestry because of geography. It's the sum of the parts that makes Canada strong, not focusing on one at the expense of the other.
Good point.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Well, I am very honored. It's a great pleasure for me to be able to speak on Bill C-60, the Budget Implementation Act, in order to make some comments. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell you from the start that I will be focusing on one specific part, a very specific section of the bill itself. In other words, Section 17, Part 3, which amends Financial Management Act in order to allow the Governor and Council to order in order to deal with various issues with regard to bargaining. And there's other aspects that are potentially amended and other acts as well that we see are being amended. So, Mr. Speaker, I won't hide the fact that this aspect is of great concern. I'd like to use my experience on human rights, on the Standing Committee on Human Rights, to talk about the principle of the appearance of justice, which is very important in our legal system, in order to allow the public to have confidence in various institutions and to have confidence in the use of all the recourses that they will be able to get a decision that is consistent with the principles of justice and justice. There is also a balance and an appearance that is very important to defend when we talk about this issue, and that is that we really have to ensure that it is clear, that there is a clear balance, a real dialogue and negotiation between the parties involved in negotiations. And this is something that's very difficult and very it's very sensitive. Let's not hide that fact. It's something that is directly affected by Section 17, Part 3. It's a very serious issue. It's already a reason for me personally and for all of my colleagues, I'm convinced, to oppose the bill itself. Based on that point, I will talk about my personal experience. My Conservative colleagues love to talk about their life experience, to talk about broader issues, and I'd like to talk about the labor experience of my late father with the International Brotherhood of Carpenters.
My father worked for the unions for 12 years in the construction industry, and it was mostly men at the time, so he was convincing them to come to general meetings of the union, and every time he'd say to them, "This is very important for you," and it was, because their participation gave a great deal more of credence to the decisions that were taken during those meetings. But my father, for a good part of his career as a carpenter and cabinet maker, was in charge as a foreman or superintendent on construction sites, and he knew some difficult times in the construction world. In the 1960s, when there was a lot less protection, security and safety was a big issue at the time, and personally that was really important to him, the safety of the people working under him. So we saw some episodes where people were ready to take off their safety equipment, and you can imagine that when it's very, very hot, you'd want to take off your hard hat. My father's approach was very simple in those kinds of circumstances. He would say, wear your hard hat, just keep it on, even if it's hot. And after that, he left saying, well, once the guy had put his hard hat on, that was it, my work was done. But if he came back later in the day and that person had taken his hard hat back off again and hung it up somewhere beside, well, then my father got very, very angry, because, of course, it was his responsibility, on top of the physical integrity of the person who was obviously putting their life in danger by behaving that way. And you know, Mr. Speaker, it's really an achievement of the unions in construction that's very important. Safety in the workplace, occupational safety, we've made remarkable progress in that domain, but there's always work to be done. And a worker who's alone in the face of an organization has little power to demand that sort of thing, particularly if the management and the owner is completely closed off to that sort of suggestion. You have to have some weight to make those kinds of demands. And you know, Mr. Speaker, in history, the examples of people who associate with a common goal in mind are very common. Chambers of commerce, for example, and groups such as we have seen with our campaign for the excessive credit card fees. There's an association of corner store owners, and there are associations for all kinds of small business people. And it's very noble what they've done. There are seniors groups we could talk about. I'm part of the Knights of Columbus in Beauport, and that's also a very wonderful group that is devoted to helping others and helping those who are really disadvantaged. We could talk about the churches, whichever one you might choose, that have noble goals. We could speak also about business groups for people who want to launch businesses that are in order to wanting to make a profit, rather. People who are part of venture capital organizations, where the risk can have a big payoff, and there are groups for that too. So why would the government, particularly the conservative members, want to stigmatize a perfectly legitimate group, which is a union movement? It's incomprehensible. There's no argument that was made in this House or anywhere else to justify the hate that the conservatives have for union groups and for that movement. And that, Mr. Speaker, is not because the conservative government wouldn't be justified in wanting to act if there were problems, problems certainly can arise in union movements. There have been some unfortunate examples, but does that justify such a disproportionate and illogical and unreasonable approach to kill the union movement? Not at all. And when we look, thank you for telling me how much time I have left. The big mining companies have abused terribly of their privileges, but the government seems to defend them. They make great efforts. And that's often a shame for Canada. It harms our reputation, what these companies do in Africa and South America. We could shut down a few of those big enterprises or businesses, or we could take them put them under trusteeship to make sure that they behave properly. Their shareholders don't seem to be able to keep them in line. And the other aspect of all this that prevents us from being able to support the government of Section 17 or Division 17, Part 3 is that they give authority to the Treasury Board to intervene in negotiations. So how could we have confidence, Mr. Speaker, in a man who had a slush fund to fix up his buddies in his riding, who had the protection of millionaires who have cottages around those big lakes where there are residences that are really, really luxurious. And this is all supposedly under the protection of the Navigable Waters Protection, particularly to allow such a terrible getting off of track. It's giving, unfortunately, a great deal of power to that man. And I question his prerogatives. And I'll come back to something out of the Bible. And I want to follow in Christ's path. But at the Sermon on the Mount, he wanted to console people for the abuses of those more powerful. But that didn't prevent Christ from rather chasing the thieves from the temple. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I say that I oppose this categorically and completely. And this was a great pleasure to speak today, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and merci à mon collègue.
I thank my colleague for his passionate speech.
And ask my colleague about perhaps some of the comments made from the former member when he talked about Ontario's steel industry and what's happened there because of mismanagement by this government on the Investment Canada file, which is also, again, being changed in this budget, something that wasn't previously announced. And the changes, of course, break another Conservative promise to actually consult with business and with constituents and with stakeholders before making changes, a promise the government's made several times. And with the budget actually making these changes with, again, no consultation whatsoever, perhaps the member could offer up his opinion on what those changes might do for Canadian businesses that are going to get gobbled up by foreign entities without protection for workers.
Honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. I thank my colleague very much for his question because indeed the optic that he is imagining here is very interesting and goes back to what I said something earlier about Investment Canada. You know, when we're talking about Investment Canada, we're distorting the competition rules and we are harming workers in the same way as they'll be hurt by Division 17 of Part 3. So the investors will be harmed as well, not only Canadian ones, but foreign investors as well, because the rules will be so lax, they'll be so broad, that the fraudsters and thieves will be able to come in through any door and take hostage various sectors of our industries, such as in natural resources. White Birch, with its companies in Stadacona, was held by a private investor, and so it was a closed capital company. And when you talk about the union movement, why not force investors who are paying hundreds of millions of dollars and who can keep everything secret, why not force them to open their books in order to guarantee that there's some minimal protection for workers and for people who have retired? For example, I have retirees who've been robbed of all kinds of money and they don't see the day that they'll ever be able to recover it.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A key stakeholder in the manufacturing sector, the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters Association, had this to say, quote, "The federal budget sends an important signal. It positions manufacturing and exporting at the heart of Canada's economic action plan by focusing on practical steps that will enhance competitiveness, productivity, innovation, business growth. This is very good news for companies creating jobs in Canada, investing in our communities, developing and selling world-class products and services around the world." I'd like to ask the member if he agrees with the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters Association on the importance of this budget for Canadian manufacturers and exporters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Look, when you choose very carefully what quotes you want to read, obviously you're going to find that kind of a result. But the real record of this government is a loss of 500,000 jobs in the manufacturing sector alone. And so I would ask my colleague the following question. We were able to study this Tuesday at the Finance Committee with the Parliamentary Budget Officer and her experts and analysts. And despite what the member for Fort McMurray at the Athabasca said, no analyst, and indeed no trained economist would admit this, none of the staff from the PBO's office could confirm to my colleague at that point in time that the 900,000 jobs created were due to the Government of Canada's actions. In any case, my colleague from Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques was able to complete that question by saying, if We wanted to say that they were responsible for those 900,000 jobs. If they wanted to take the credit for it, they'd have to also assume the responsibility for the loss of 500,000 jobs since 2008, which I think the Conservative government will never imagine doing. When you want to have the merit and the thanks for that, you have to also take the responsibility.
Kitchener Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise today in support of Bill C-60, Economic Action Plan 2013 Act No. 1, the government's bill to implement the budget. It's important when considering any budget bill to understand the circumstances to which it must respond, so I'll begin with those. First and foremost, the economic policies of this government during and after the world's worst economic recession in almost 80 years are recognized around the world as an example for others to follow. Governments alone, of course, do not create jobs or prosperity, but it's been a happy, if unintended, blessing to have been led by a Prime Minister with a strong grasp of economics through these troubled times. Keeping taxes low, time-limiting stimulus spending, focusing on long-term infrastructure and job creation investments, all the while modestly restraining program spending, have been key, sensible policies for supporting our recovery. Canadians can be grateful that time and again the Conservative government has been able to resist the high tax, high program spending demands of the opposition. Now, this was particularly challenging during the recession, during 2.5 years of opposition-controlled Parliament. But fortunately, the last election produced a strong, stable, Conservative majority government to stave off reckless tax and spend policies. As a result, Canada has led the G7 significantly in net employment gains, almost 950,000 since the recession, and in GDP growth. Just this week, Statistics Canada announced that Canada's economy grew once again in February. While Canada has fared well in global comparisons, we continue to confront significant global challenges. The Eurozone remains in recession. The United States, our major trading partner, is experiencing only very modest growth. Global competition from emerging economies is very intense. Too many Canadians are still looking for work. Fortunately, this bill addresses the challenges we face. It will strengthen the Canadian economy and increase jobs, all while supporting Canadian families and respecting taxpayer dollars. Mr. Speaker, this bill delivers on the real concerns of Canadians. One of the timely targeted measures included in this bill is the reform of the Temporary Foreign Worker Program. Now, the Temporary Foreign Worker Program was created to fill acute labour needs when Canadians are not available. And Canadians have expressed real concerns over the use of this program by some. The program was never intended to bring in temporary foreign workers to replace already employed Canadian workers. Recent events that suggest otherwise made very clear the need to reform this program to match that intent. The reforms brought forward in this bill stem from the government's ongoing review of the program to ensure that Canadians are the first to be considered for available jobs. The bill increases the government's ability to revoke work permits and labour market opinions, enabling immediate action against employers who do not comply with the program's rules. Changes to the bill will require that employers using the Temporary Foreign Worker Program pay temporary foreign workers the prevailing wage for a job. These are common-sense changes to the program to remove unintended incentives from looking abroad for employees. The bill also introduces user fees for employers applying for foreign workers so that these costs are no longer absorbed by taxpayers. The bill does not dispute the ongoing need for temporary foreign workers to meet acute labour shortages. Rather, these reforms create incentive to hire Canadians and ensure that temporary foreign workers are a short-term solution to skill shortages. These reforms introduced to this program will ensure that Canadians are always at the front of the hiring line. To fulfill the commitments of the 2013 budget, this bill also delivers targeted tax relief. the enhancement of the adoption expense tax credit, the new first-time donors super credit for charitable donations, and the expansion of tax relief for home care services are all targeted tax relief measures to support Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, this bill also removes tariffs on imported baby clothing and sports equipment, resulting in significant savings for families. All parents know the expenses that come with raising a family, from basic necessities such as clothes and food to education and recreational activities. It adds up very fast. Through the delivery of the Family Caregiver Tax Credit, the Child Tax Credit, the Children's Fitness Tax Credit, the Children's Arts Tax Credit, the average family now saves $3,200 a year in tax reductions compared to when the present government took office. Now, these tax credits deliver important savings for Canadians, but the fact is that the price of too many products needed to support their families are consistently priced higher in Canada than the same product sold in the United States. So through the removal of tariffs on imported baby clothing and sports equipment, this difference will be reduced. The bill also delivers a 2-year extension of the accelerated capital cost allowance for eligible manufacturing and processing machinery. This demonstrates that the government recognizes the importance of sectors that provide skilled jobs. The bill provides continued support for Canada's manufacturing employees, support that is especially important for my constituents in Kitchener Centre. Canada's manufacturing economy will compete in the global economy. And, Mr. Speaker, you need not take my word for it. The Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters Association, a key, very key stakeholder in the manufacturing sector, has already come out and said this, quote, "The federal budget sends an important signal. It positions manufacturing and exporting at the heart of Canada's economic action plan by focusing on practical steps that will enhance competitiveness, productivity, innovation, and business growth. This is very good news for companies creating jobs in Canada, investing in our communities, and developing and selling world-class products and services around the world," end quote. Now, constituents in my riding of Kitchener Centre are well aware of the importance of a healthy manufacturing sector, a major economic driver in southwest Ontario. The manufacturing sector employs approximately 1.8 million Canadians across Canada. In providing tax relief for new investments of manufacturing equipment, this bill creates a favourable environment for manufacturing employees. Now, as mentioned, in addition to tax credit to support Canadian families, this bill also ensures that taxpayer dollars are respected. The bill takes steps to close tax loopholes that allow a select few to avoid paying their fair share. Mr. Speaker, this government already introduced loan rules to prevent foreign affiliates from converting otherwise taxable surplus income into the form of loans and thereby avoiding taxation. This bill also provides an information reporting regime for tax avoidance transactions, and this in turn will help the government to track down and monitor the loss of tax revenue and collect it for the rest of us. Hard-working taxpayers can be confident that this bill will ensure that everyone pays their fair share of taxes. Mr. Speaker, when everyone is paying their fair share of taxes, it keeps taxes low for Canadian families and improves incentives to invest in Canada. So I'm very pleased that the Budget Implementation Bill delivers a solid plan for creating jobs and economic growth, all while keeping taxes low and still balancing the budget by 2015. This bill is great news for my constituents in Kitchener Centre, and I invite all members of the House to put aside partisan differences to join me in supporting jobs, growth, and long-term economic prosperity. Please pass this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. On la...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to tell my colleague opposite that if we didn't want to be partisan, we'd like to at least be able to debate this bill on which the Conservatives impose time allocation once again, reduce the number of hours of debate. We table 50 amendments to 50 different types of measures. One for the temporary foreign workers. It's been a fiasco since the beginning because it's been ill-managed. Recently, thousands of jobs were given to temporary foreign workers who were hired by the Royal Bank and paid 15% less than a Canadian. Now we're adding to that in parallel an exemption and changes. All this to tell you that this is badly put together. Can we trust this government to say, yes, okay, let's try to re-stimulate the economy, whereas things are totally ill thought out? It's all nebulous. What can my colleague tell us about that?
Kitchener Centre.
I'm very pleased to thank my colleague, for the question and to answer the question about whether Canadians can trust this government to bring us through economic difficulty, because the answer is really just so self-evident. When you look at what happened in late 2008 with a deep, steep dive around the world and global economic turmoil, and the government's speedy response to that, coming up with a budget by the end of January 2009. I know my friend wasn't here when that happened, but the stimulus program that we enacted at that time and the measures that we have built year after year in the last 3 years have brought this economy through the recession, the greatest economic turmoil in 80 years, in a fashion better than any other country around the world, and that's good reason for Canadians to continue trusting us.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
So I have a question for the member from Kitchener Centre. Having been there not that long ago, I know that small business is a very important part of the economy of his riding, and I'd like to know whether the member has been to the businesses, especially small and medium-sized businesses, in his riding and described how there will be $2.3 billion taken out of their pockets in this increase in tax on dividends. Has he done that? Has he gotten the response to that move in this particular budget? And I'd love to hear what they had to say about that. Thank you.
For Kitchener Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I suppose the best thing that I can do to respond to my colleague's question, and I thank her for it, is to provide her with the reaction of the group which, in my view, most closely reflects the views of small businesses across Canada, and that is the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. And this is what they had to say about the budget. The skills problem leads our top 10 list of critical barriers to Canada's competitiveness. It's showing up all across the country in every industry. We're pleased to see the government is moving to confront it and to include business directly in the solutions. Now, that's just one example of the many good things that are said across the country by small business in relation to this budget, and I could give you quotes from the Canadian Home Builders Association, the Canadian Restaurant and Food Services Association, the Canadian Building Trades Union, in fact, has said some great things about this budget. And in all respects, I think my colleague will find that small business is solidly behind the government in this budget.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm certainly pleased to speak on this budget implementation bill C-60, but I think we have to understand in the beginning that You know, a lot of us do it under some duress because, again, it's a case where under the Prime Minister's leadership, he's again suppressing debate, another time allocation motion, which seems to become the norm in this place, and a budget that seems to be prepared without the proper analysis, and that's certainly what the Atlantic premiers are saying. That the proper analysis was not done, and I'll get to that in a moment. On the positive side, Mr. Speaker, this document isn't quite as big an omnibus bill as the previous two budgets were, so it's a little shorter and doesn't cover everything that the government does. But on the negative side, Mr. Speaker, what this budget implementation does, and following up on the budget, what it does, it really builds on the damage already done by this government on the ability of the federal government to be a leader in Canada, among the provinces, to build our economy, to put some foundation under our social programs, to assist the industries, to establish more trade in a way that benefits Canadians. That's where this builds on the damage and even makes it worse from previous budgets. And I might say as well, Mr. Speaker, in beginning, because you will recall quite vividly when the Minister of Finance stood in his place and said, "We'll balance the budget by 2015. Is there a Canadian out there that actually believes that? That this minister, there's a couple raising their hands over there, but they raise their hands anytime the Prime Minister says anything, Mr. Speaker. They jump to the tune. And, Mr. Speaker, there has never been a target. I say this to Canadians and I say to the member opposite. There has never been a target that this Minister of Finance has hit, whether it was when he was Provincial Minister of Finance and did the great damage to Ontario that they're still suffering from, or when he was Federal Finance Minister that the whole country is suffering from now. It's important, Mr. Speaker, to note in beginning, I just want to note a couple of key messages and summarize them. There's no question that this budget will make it harder for Canadians' middle-class families to make ends meet. Middle-class families in this country are really starting to suffer and suffer substantially as a result of the activities of this government. Bill C-60, Mr. Speaker, raises taxes on Canadians in order to pay for Conservatives' wasteful spending. I mean, last night, if you looked at some of the media, the Minister of Defence, which is becoming infamous for his inability to manage his portfolio, is seeing Canadians spending twice as much on ships as other countries are. And I haven't got time, there isn't time, I've had the whole rest of the day to spell out all the other areas the Minister of Defence has been spending money wastefully. But the problem is, Mr. Speaker, it's one thing, there's no joy in the Minister of Finance spending money, defence backed up by the Minister of Finance, spending it wastefully, because middle-class Canadians are being the ones asked to suffer and to pay for that irresponsible fiscal and financial spending by this government. Mr. Speaker, this budget raises taxes on small business owners by $2.3 billion over the next 5 years, directly hurting 750,000 Canadians and risking Canadian jobs. You know, there's other policy cuts in the area where I used to be the critic, agriculture, Mr. Speaker. That area, I went to an announcement in PEI about 2 weeks ago on a Friday, and I listened closely while the Minister of National Revenue made the announcement for the Minister, and she said something along these lines, and I quote, "We're increasing by 50% the shared funding." End quote. Sounds really good, doesn't it? They're increasing the funding. Well, what you have to understand is the key words, the shared funding, Mr. Speaker. That means that farmers are picking up half, where the previous government was really paying for it. And when you really look closely, you'll find that the safety net programs, Agri-Stability, Agri-Invest, those programs have been cut substantially by this federal government. So what happens the next time that, Mr. Speaker, in your cases, prices fall on grains in Alberta? What happens then? The safety nets are not going to be there for the farm community. More middle-class families have been asked to suffer for the incompetence of this particular government. And on Sunday last, Mr. Speaker, I happened to be at some of the harbours in my own riding, Stanley Bridge and Malpeque. Fishing season started early Monday morning. What were fishermen doing on Sunday afternoon, Saturday and Sunday afternoon? They were stressed out. They were nerved up because DFO had not, through small craft harbours, had not got the dredging done so they could even get out of their harbours. And finally, after a lot of pressure, Mr. Speaker, they got the dredge working, and the fishermen did get out of Malpeque at 6 o'clock in the morning. In Stanley Bridge, they had to load their traps from elsewhere because with the cutbacks to fisheries and ocean small craft harbours by this government, fishermen are being asked to pay and suffer as a result of lack of federal government, the federal government failing to live up to its responsibilities. As well, Mr. Speaker, this budget, it raises taxes on credit unions by $75 million per year, which is an attack on rural Canadians and Canada's rural economy. You know, Mr. Speaker, the credit unions are right across the country. The people that invest in them, that put the money in those, are usually small businesses, and here we have the government again imposing further taxes on the credit union. And I haven't got time, Mr. Speaker, to go into all the nickel and dime issues where they're taxing Canadians, but putting GST, HST on healthcare services, including medical work that victims of crimes need to establish their case in court, just parking in hospital parking lots with the extra tax on them, those things add up. And they're all imposed on Canadians, and it's as a result of the absolute incompetence of this Minister of Finance. Now, Mr. Speaker, I see I'm starting to run out of time, and it's too bad because I'm really just getting started. I want to, let's turn for a moment to the attack on workers in seasonal industries. We all know, except of course the minister that's in charge, we all know the damage that's being done to the seasonal industries and the seasonal workers through the employment insurance changes. But a special thing happened last weekend, Mr. Speaker, and that is the Atlantic Premiers issued a release through the Council of Atlantic Premiers on April 29th, in which they came together, 3 different political parties, 4 premiers representing 4 provinces, and they spelled out fairly clearly that the damage that this federal government is doing to this federation called Canada. They talked about the impacts of employment insurance, and I'll quote just one point. These impacts are most acutely felt in seasonal industries, which make up a significant portion of the Atlantic economy. These changes were introduced without consultation or shared analysis, and therefore without a full understanding of the effects of the changes. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, clearly, the Atlantic Premiers are coming together and they're saying there's no federal leadership in this country, there's no consultation. And that's the role of the federal government, to use its spending power, to use the Budget Implementation Act, to do things that will build up Canada, set a foundation under our economy and our social programs. And all we're getting in this Budget Implementation Act from this federal government is more and more damage, building on the poor fiscal management that they already did, and worse even yet, not only the fact that is Atlantic Canada being targeted here, but middle-class families right across the country are being asked to pay the price for the fiscal incompetence of this Prime Minister, this Minister of Finance, and the backbenchers over there that failed to stand up and speak out against this Prime Minister and the damage that's been done to the Atlantic economy and to the country.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments. La députée de Rimouski.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neja-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, I asked the question yesterday to the member for Westgun. I'd like to ask it now to the member for Malpeque. It's not a measure that's in C60, but it was announced in the budget. We're talking about the elimination of the tax credit for venture capital for workers. It's extremely important as well as very controversial. And the Venture Capital Association had talked about it. I'd like to ask him with regard to the elimination of this 15% tax credit, which we thought was essential. A member for Westgana himself didn't seem to see how the situation was that critical, that he didn't necessarily want to study the issue.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the NDP for the question. And I think what the elimination of this tax credit shows is the misplaced priorities of this particular government. They are a government of big business. I mean, you're seeing in terms of the China, the Nexon CNOC deal, where special privileges may be granted to big companies, even if they're state-owned enterprises, to come into this country and to invest. We've seen the corporate tax reductions, where the multinational corporations, the big corporations around the world, are getting tax breaks in this country, even though they're sitting on $560 billion that they're not using to increase jobs, to improve technology, to improve productivity. And this venture capital that the honourable member is talking about from basically workers, they also should have that advantage to be able to invest where they see fit to improve the economy.
The honourable member for Malpeque will have 3 minutes remaining for the period for question and comments when the House next returns to debate on the question. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Mr. Speaker, in my constituency and all across Canada, volunteers are the lifeblood of our communities. Hear, hear. Earlier this week, the City of Airdrie held a special ceremony to honour their Volunteers of the Year. Perhaps the most long overdue recognition went to a pillar of our community, Mr. Ed Eggerer, who was awarded the Airdrie Ambassador Award. It is with heavy heart that I must inform this House that Mr. Eggerer is being given this award posthumously, having passed away suddenly on March 17th. Our entire city's condolences go out to his wife Sylvia, his family, and his many friends. A true servant of democracy, Mr. Eggerer's legacy is a community far better off in innumerable ways thanks to his humble dedication. In addition to Mr. Eggerer, Donovan Ryan, Jack Lumley, and the local Meals on Wheels program were all formally recognized for their contributions to our community. As our Governor-General, David Johnston, says, volunteers are doing their part to make Canada the smart and caring nation we all want it to be. And these 4 winners are perfect examples.
Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today we celebrate World Press Freedom Day and the essential work that journalists do to challenge the powerful and inform the public. Sadly, around the world, journalists are forced to risk their lives and livelihoods in the practice of their profession. Over the past decade, more than 600 journalists have been killed. 9 out of 10 murders of journalists go unpunished. Repeated attacks in Sri Lanka, the imprisonment of journalists in Ethiopia, Somalia, and Iran, the assault and arrest of atheist bloggers in Bangladesh. These are just a few recent examples among far too many. Mr. Speaker, as we recognize the extraordinary dedication and sacrifices of journalists around the world, we also celebrate the exceptional work of our friends in the press gallery and reporters across Canada, including this year's recipients of the World Press Freedom Award, which goes to Stephen Mayer and Glenn McGregor. I hope all members of this House will join me in paying tribute to their contributions.
The honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, Canadians filed their 2012 income tax returns. April 30th is the date that Canadians contemplate their tax obligations. According to the Fraser Institute, a family earning over $74,000 will pay over $9,000 in income taxes in 2012. However, that represents less than one-third of that family's total tax obligations. Add payroll, consumption, property taxes, capital gains, and import duties, and suddenly that family's total tax bill is 43% of its budget. Compare that to only 37% of the family budget going to food, shelter, and clothing, puts tax obligations into sobering perspective. Moreover, as deficits represent deferred tax obligations, one's tax bill is even higher. The knowledge that over 45% of family income goes to one level of government or another allows taxpayers to assess if they are receiving value for money and hold government to account for the taxes it collects. Only a concerted effort to reduce government spending at all levels of government will return Canadian tax burdens to a more appropriate level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Press Freedom Day and a time to honour the vital role played by an independent press in fostering democracy both here in Canada and around the world. This is also a day to remember all those who have lost their lives in the pursuit of truth. Unfortunately, censorship, intimidation, and politically motivated arrests continue in many corners of the globe. Journalists must be able to report freely and without fear of repercussions, for when the press is intimidated, we all suffer. World Press Freedom Day is equally an occasion to examine the state of press freedom in our own country, especially as the industry struggles and learns to adapt to the information age. On behalf of the Liberal Party of Canada, I commend all of Canada's journalists for their admirable work in support of democracy. I join with all Canadians in demanding that freedom of expression and freedom of the press be respected here, at home, and around the globe. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
As a member of the Environment Committee, I'm always looking for environmental best practices, and as Member of Parliament for Kitchener Centre, I'm always proud to speak about the great achievements of my community. The Grand River Conservation Authority lets me do both. The GRCA conserves the natural environment in the middle of a thriving metropolitan area with 39 municipalities and a population of close to 1 million people. GRCA is the first watershed management agency created ever in Canada. It delivers outdoor education to more than 50,000 children per year. Its 12 conservation areas are visited by more than 1 million people each year. GRCA is built on partnerships, an excellent model for conservation efforts. Spending a lifetime hiking and paddling around the Grand River, I'm extremely proud of their excellent work. Congratulations to Board Chair Jane Mitchell, Executive Director Joe Farwell, and everybody at the GRCA. Thank you.
Well, Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, my family has proudly called Scarborough home for over 90 years. And so it is with great joy that I rise today to celebrate this year's inductees to the Scarborough Walk of Fame. And this Walk of Fame celebrates the achievements of Scarborough residents, past and present. Former inductees include Lieutenant Governor David Donnelly, soccer player Dwayne De Rosario, and artist Doris McCarthy. Come join us at the Scarborough Town Centre on May 15th at 11 a.m. to celebrate this year's inductees, Christine Bentley, Dwayne Morgan, Jerry Phillips, Judy Oliver, Monica Schnari, the Scarborough Historical Society, and the Bare Naked Ladies. This year's ceremony is hosted by Deb McGrath and Colin Mockery and will include a musical tribute by the Wexford Gleeks performing the song recorded live with the Bare Naked Ladies and astronaut Chris Hadfield from space. This event provides merely a glimpse into Scarborough's immense talent, past and present. Congratulations on behalf of all Scarbarians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, May 5th, Canadians will join communities throughout the world in recognizing the International Day of the Midwife. Midwives are represented by the Canadian Association of Midwives, who provide leadership and advocacy for midwifery as a regulated, publicly funded, and a vital part of the primary maternity care system. Our government's Muskoka initiative on maternal, newborn, and child health has helped to train midwives and skilled birth attendants internationally, and increasing women's access to quality midwifery services has been a global focus of ours. Midwives also save lives at home, and Canada needs midwives more than ever. They are well positioned to address the specific challenges still faced by women in rural, remote, and particularly Aboriginal communities here in Canada. Personally speaking, for the birth of my third child, my wife and daughter received excellent pre- and post-care from midwives. This year is their 13th annual conference and exhibit, which will take place this November right here in Ottawa. Colleagues, please join me in celebrating the practice of midwifery in Canada and thanking midwives for the health services they provide to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Mississauga, Arundel.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the upcoming celebration of Easter in the Orthodox Church calendar. During the Easter season, many Canadians from the Orthodox Christian faith celebrate with family and friends. Easter is the most significant and sacred time within the Orthodox Church and consists of a series of celebrations commemorating the sacrifice and resurrection of Jesus Christ. As we mark this holy period, we must also recognize that not all people around the world are able to worship freely. Through our newly appointed Ambassador of Religious Freedom, our government will continue to monitor the ability of all faith groups to practice around the world without fear of persecution. I was especially concerned to learn about the abduction of Metropolitan Paul Yazigi of the Antiochian Orthodox Archdiocese and Mar Gregorios Johanna Ibrahim of the Syriac Archdiocese, both of Aleppo, Syria. It is my hope that both bishops will be returned safely for the Easter holiday. Mr. Speaker, I would like to wish all of those celebrating in Mississauga and across Canada a very happy Easter. Kalo Pascha, Fuse Majid.
Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take advantage of World Press Freedom Day to congratulate a very important media presence in my riding, the Gleaner La Source newspaper, which on May 13th will celebrate its 150th anniversary. The exceptional journalistic work by this bilingual news source, located in Huntington, honors our two official languages, as well as the linguistic diversity in my region. I also want to pay tribute to the excellent work of two of its journalists, Patrice Laflamme and Sarah Rennie. Always with an ear to the ground, continually relaying the news, presenting a wide range of opinions, and covering a broad range of events, media are a real wealth of information, both for the public and for elected officials. But on this anniversary, it is a reminder that freedom of the press does not exist or is dangerous in many countries. Freedom of the press is essential to our democracy and led to the creation of a great newspaper, the Gleaner La Source in my region, which I hope one day will celebrate another 150 years.
St. Patrick.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as a Canadian of Dutch descent whose parents felt the oppression of Nazi Germany invading their country, I am pleased to rise today to highlight the 68th anniversary of the liberation of the Netherlands. Hear, hear. The struggle to liberate the Netherlands was an important chapter in the events leading to the victory in Europe and the end of the Second World War. Over 9 long and grueling months, more than 7,600 Canadians gave their lives to help bring freedom and peace to this country. Whether my local Lincoln and Welland Regiment, who helped in the liberation at Bergen-op-Zoom, or in the graveyards at Holton, where a number of us, members of Parliament, went last year, Mr. Speaker, and laid a wreath during that ceremony, among the rows and rows of Canadian soldiers who sacrificed their lives for liberation. We will always remember with everlasting gratitude the contributions of all who served and all who made the supreme sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, lest us never forget.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise in this House and to congratulate my constituents for the solidarity they show by encouraging fair trade. The 2 weeks of fair trade was launched on Wednesday, May 1st. It's an international event with the goal of promoting fair trade, which helps to improve the quality of lives of thousands and millions of workers in the Southern Hemisphere. I invite everybody to take part in this event in Quebec City by going this evening to Auberge L'Autre Jardin from 5 to 7 for a happy hour to mark the 10th anniversary of the Equidurable Boutique, and I will be taking part in a round table on May 15th between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. at La Corrigan Brasserie. I want to congratulate the organizing committee, NAVT Foundation Canada, AMI, International Aid for Early Childhood, and Equidurable for their work in building a fairer and a better world.
Mr. Speaker, Rail Safety Week is taking place this year from April 29th to May 5th. It is a national celebration aimed at increasing awareness of the safety around railway operations and highlighting our government's commitment to making the rail system safer for all Canadians. While Canada has one of the safest rail systems in the world, improvements can still be made. On Monday, we announced an investment of $9.3 million at 523 grade crossing projects across Canada through our Grade Crossing Improvement Program that will enhance safety for pedestrians and motorists and help to save lives. In my riding of Durham, grade crossings at Baseline Road and Maple Grove Road are part of this program. And to further improve rail safety, our government also made amendments to the Railway Safety Act. These amendments came into force on Wednesday. Mr. Speaker, these investments and legislative changes show our commitment to safe and efficient rail service in Canada.
Member for Malpeque.
I rise today to recognize Father Andrew MacDonald of PEI, who recently passed away. To quote Campbell Webster, his courage no doubt originated with his faith, but perhaps most importantly, he did not allow his faith and courage to be confined to any one institution. He would even denounce his own church as an institution if it was not standing with the poor and the oppressed. Father MacDonald supported the island's strong Catholic traditions. He was a founder and ongoing member of the Latin American Mission Program, he being its first missionary in Dominican Republic. He was a promoter of youth involvement on social issues and fought against social injustice. As often as not, being a fiddler himself, he supported the cause through song and music. Parishioners were blessed by Father MacDonald's word and touched by his efforts to bettering the world. On behalf of the House of Commons, I'd like to recognize and thank Father MacDonald for his dedication and his contribution to global society.
The honourable member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to congratulate Red FM on the official launch of the new radio station in Calgary today. Originally started in Vancouver area in 2005, the studios in Surrey, Red FM has become a leader in South Asian programming. True to its slogan, reflecting ethnic diversity, Red FM has featured programming in more than a dozen languages in addition to Punjabi, Hindi and Urdu. Red FM is also a community staple, a leader in several fundraising efforts for charitable causes. Our own Minister of Citizenship and Immigration will be in attendance in Calgary today. He will be participating in the ribbon-cutting ceremony and launching the new station on the air. I ask that my honourable colleagues in this House join me in congratulating the South Asian Broadcasting Corporation and all those involved with the new Red 106.7 FM in Calgary today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, in the Auditor General's most recent report, the myth of good conservative management continues to be dispelled. The President of the Treasury Board is unable to explain how he spent $3 billion. $3 billion. Like many Canadians, the Auditor General is wondering, where's the money?
It's the money, Speaker. Usually with boondoggles, one has something tangible to point to, like gazebos in the Muskokas, or Canadian flags plastered across an Indy racetrack in Montreal. But this time, the Treasury Board President stood with hollow words and empty hands, incapable of saying where the billions went. In any other industry, he would be fired. In the conservative land of make-believe, the man is promoted. Only in conservative Ottawa is someone rewarded for turning border infrastructure money into a gazebo slush fund. Speaker, Canada deserves better, and in 2015, New Democrats will provide exactly that.
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to remind that member and the leader of our NDP and his party of only a few of the various measures in our economic action plan to create jobs, growth and long-term economic prosperity. They are the Canada Job Grant, Advanced Manufacturing Fund, Forestry and Industry Transformation, Automotive Innovation Fund, supporting mining exploration, and Mr. Speaker, the list goes on and on. I would like to ask the leader of the NDP what is his plan for jobs, growth and economic prosperity. Is it his plan to impose a $20 billion job-killing carbon tax that would raise the price of everything, including gas and groceries and electricity? Is it his plan to impose $56 billion in shameful, reckless spending? Is it his plan to block the tens of thousands of jobs on both sides of the border by lobbying against the Keystone Pipeline? Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House have a real plan for jobs and growth and long-term economic prosperity. We urge the leader of the NDP and his party to support our good plan.
Oral questions. Question oral. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
When the Auditor General came looking for where the $3 billion actually went, the government had no answer. They couldn't provide detail because none existed, and yet they claim that this is all somehow transparent. Did they not read the Auditor General's report? The President of the Treasury Board can't say if this money went to another program or if it was even spent at all. Can the Minister now stand up and acknowledge that his government has no clue where this money went?
No clue.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is no truth to that question. Let's hear what the Auditor General actually said. We didn't find anything that gave us cause for concern that money was used in any way it should not have been. We are going to listen to the Auditor General.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are being very selective in quoting the Auditor General. So, yes, let's hear what he had to say. I'm sure it's an oversight that they don't give the full story. This is what he said. However, it's important for there to be a way for people to understand how this money was spent and that summary reporting was not done. Mr. Speaker, the AG is clearly saying Conservatives failed to explain where this money went.
Where's the money?
Why are they misleading the Canadian public?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, that's a misleading question. Let's hear what the Auditor General actually again said. We didn't find anything that gave us cause for concern that the money was used in any way it should not have been. We are going to listen to the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Read the full report. Now, Conservative members on the Canadian Heritage Committee have launched a review of history teaching at provincial schools. Conservatives already intervened politically in the War of 1812 advertisements. They're remaking the Museum of Civilization in their image. And yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we saw the first Canadian in space being removed from Canadian space history for political reasons. Surely Canadians deserve better. Why are Conservative MPs now intent on telling provincial schools what they should teach?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have no intentions of telling the provinces and or the territories how to teach history. Mr. Speaker, we have been very clear about wanting Canadians to reconnect with their proud history and heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Albert. Mr. Speaker, the issue is not whether or not military history should be taught. The issue is why the Conservatives are interfering in provincial education programs. The Conservatives' motion that the NDP firmly opposed is clear. It entails a review of the teaching of history in primary, secondary, and post-secondary institutions. The NDP demands that the Conservatives put an end to this interference in provincial education programs. Why do the Conservatives want to dictate to teachers and to school boards what will be found in history books? Parliamentary Secretary to Parliament.
Obviously, have no intention of interfering in what the provinces or the territories are teaching. What we're going to do is look at the places, the people, and the events that have helped shape and make this country a great place to live. We'll take no lessons from the NDP with respect to Canadian history, Mr. Speaker, when they support one of their own members for Rosemont Le Petit Patrie, who actually talks about Vimy as though it was something, a scar on Canadian history, Mr. Speaker. We're proud of our veterans. We're proud of our Canadian history. We're going to do all that we can to work with our partners to make sure that Canadians can reconnect with their history, and as we approach Canada's 150th birthday, celebrate it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert. Mr. Speaker, how can have confidence in the Conservatives to manage history lessons when they aren't even able to manage the public purse? They have completely lost track of $3.1 billion. Twisting the Auditor General's quotes won't make any difference. No minister knows what that $3.1 billion was used for, not even if it was truly spent on anti-terrorist measures, border security, or anything else. Canadians want answers. The NDP demands answers. What was the $3.1 billion amount used for? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as my honourable colleague already quoted the Auditor General, he said, and let me repeat, we didn't find anything that gave us cause for concern that money was used in any way it should have not been spent. The AG confirmed that opposition characterizations of these funds as lost is inaccurate. The Auditor General also confirmed that this money went through the due diligence at the department level and was conveyed to Parliament for review and approval.
Well done.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, in their last 4 budgets, Conservatives have increased taxes on middle-class Canadians by billions and billions of dollars. Conservative tax increases on small business hurt the middle class. Conservative tax increases on payrolls hurt the middle class. Conservative tax increases on consumer goods hurt the middle class. Specifically, why does Budget 2013 increase Conservative taxes on middle-class Canadians by nearly $2 billion every year?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the cornerstone of the Economic Action Plan 2013 is about job creations and skill development. Our government has decreased taxes 150 times, saving families $3,000 annually. Federal tax burden is at the lowest level in nearly 50 years. These are important initiatives that will support middle-class families in Canadian middle-class families. Why won't the Liberals support these initiatives?
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2013, on page 384, this government imposes $333 million per year in new Conservative taxes on consumer goods. On page 335, $550 million per year in new Conservative taxes on small business. On page 289, another $600 million per year in payroll taxes. That's not to mention taxes on credit unions, safety deposit boxes, and more. Close to $2 billion in new Conservative taxes on middle-class Canadians every year. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat myself. Economic Action Plan 2013 is about job creations and skills development. We have decreased taxes 150 times, giving families $3,000 more annually. Let me identify some of the tax measures we've made. We've reduced the GST. We've introduced the universal child care benefit. Children's arts tax credit. There's a number of initiatives that support Canadian middle-class families. Again, why won't the Liberals support these important measures?
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, in 2006, the government secretly increased taxes for the most disadvantaged. The Conservatives are quietly dipping into the wallets of the middle class in order to fight the deficit. They increased taxes on employment insurance that has generated billions. They've increased taxes on daily consumer products. Why are the Conservatives insisting on increasing these taxes with, at the same time, decreasing the frontline services so important to the middle class?
Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's our government that lightened Canadians' tax burdens with the reduction of the GST, for example. Why are the Liberals fighting so hard to have special tariff decreases for Chinese companies that are in direct competition with our Canadian companies? And I want to add, Mr. Speaker, that while we're talking about the Liberals, they're the ones who wanted to add to the EI. They're the ones who wanted to have a gas tax, and our government's reducing taxes. They're the ones that will increase them. The member for Mr. Speaker, the wharf at Percé is the heart of the tourism attraction in the Gaspé. That's where you leave on cruises, and for fisheries it's very important. But because of the negligence of the Conservatives, it's been closed since yesterday. The tourists will soon be flocking to the Gaspé, among other reasons, to see Percé Rock, which is world-renowned. This closure is a catastrophe for the regional economy. Can the Minister confirm that he will make funds available and use it to reopen it before the tourist season? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, of course the safety and security of users is the Department's first priority when it comes to small craft harbours and wharves, and the engineers have determined that the wharf at Percé is unsafe. Small craft, we have met with the municipality and will continue to discuss the next steps with the municipality and interested third parties, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Member Rimouski, Nejat Témiscouata-Lébarske. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the Minister that the municipality has filed documents and they want the wharf reopened. It's critical. It's been years since the authorities started asking the government to restore and maintain the wharf, and now because of that negligence, it's closed. Does the minister even understand the urgency of the situation? This is a disaster for the tourist industry and the fishery in this area. Does he understand that this negligence is going to devastate the economy of the entire region? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, of course, we recognize the value of tourism in that region of the country, and as well as the fishery, Mr. Speaker. The wharf is primarily used for tourism and recreational purposes, with approximately 5 fish harvesters working from that wharf, 3 regulars and 2 occasional fishers, Mr. Speaker. Our primary focus, of course, with small craft harbors is on fishing, on the fishing community and the fishing industry. But certainly we'll continue to deal with the municipality in this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Montmorency, Charleroi, Haute-Côte-Nord. They already attacked the touristy industry with gutting of the EI, but now they're going to kill the industry with the closing of the wharf in Percé, as if we needed further proof that the Conservatives have completely abandoned our regions. We've learned this morning that they have perhaps the intention of moving the Quebec Rescue Centre to Montreal. First it was Trenton, then Halifax, now Montreal. They must realize that we need a bilingual center. Are they going to stop improvising? Why don't they simply keep the only bilingual center in Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Of course, our primary concern is the safety of mariners, and to provide a bilingual service to those mariners is critical, Mr. Speaker. There's no intention of moving the facility from Quebec City to Montreal, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member of Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the minister is clearly not aware of what's happening in his own department. When asked yesterday about internal analyses explaining that the government's position was just to deny the destruction of the files of survivors of residential schools, the minister was first gobsmacked until he blamed a junior employee. Rather than blaming an employee, could the minister explain what the government's position is on the destruction of files of the survivors of residential schools? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a lawyer, I was personally I signed the accord, the agreement with the Aboriginals, and we want to respect the terms of that agreement. The government is determined to have a fair and equitable solution to this issue. And for that reason, the Prime Minister presented his historic apologies on behalf of all Canadians, and the government has provided more than 3.5 million documents to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission.
No, Cowichan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, survivors of residential schools deserve to know what happened to their records. Over 50,000 survivors haven't received compensation because no historical documents can be found. And yet internal emails have come to light describing why previous governments intentionally destroyed these records. And now we learn this isn't just in emails from a junior staffer, but these documents are discussed in emails from high-ranking department officials. Can the minister tell us now what his government's position actually is on the destruction of these records?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate that the NDP has decided to play politics with the legacy of the Indian Residential School and the effect it's had on former students, their families, and their communities. It's under our government that the Prime Minister delivered an historic apology on behalf of all Canadians. And it's our government that has ensured thousands of former students have received compensation and gone through a fair process to close this sad chapter of Canadian history.
Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are content to merely misquote the Auditor General, and they still can't say how $3.1 billion was spent, or even if it was spent. No information on this subject was provided to Cabinet, to Parliament, nor to Canadians. The Auditor General was clear on this point, despite what the Conservatives are suggesting he has said. I have a simple question for the President of Treasury Board. Has all this money been spent on the fight against terrorism? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of Treasury Board.
National security went to national security. Everything has been accounted for in public documents, including the public accounts. And as my colleague mentioned earlier, the Auditor General himself said we didn't find anything that gave us cause for concern that money was used in any way it should not have been.
Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, that was a very selective quote indeed. What the Auditor General actually said, let me quote, "It's important for people to understand how this money was spent and that summary reporting was not done." Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General looked thoroughly for the money. He said full reporting on this spending wasn't even given to Cabinet, it wasn't given to the Treasury Board, and it wasn't found in the public accounts. Does this government really want Canadians to believe the Auditor General somehow missed something like, $3 billion? Where did the money go?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General confirmed that reporting was a purely internal to government reporting process, and its shortcomings did not prevent parliamentarians or Canadians from scrutinizing spending. The Auditor General also confirmed that this money went through the due diligence at the department level and was conveyed to Parliament for review and approval.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, something to me feels like deja vu all over again, because in 2002, it was the Conservatives who were going ballistic over the Liberal billion-dollar boondoggle, Mr. Speaker, and it was the Liberals who were soft-selling the Auditor General's report. Now remember this language. The question raised by the Auditor General was only in the way that we should report. Same old story from the same old parties, Mr. Speaker. I put it to you that the only difference between the Liberal mismanagement and the Conservative mismanagement is they managed to lose 3 times the amount of money. The Conservatives in those days accused the Liberals of having $1 billion slush fund. In the absence of any information to the contrary, how do we know they haven't created a $3 billion slush fund?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, this matter relates to the categorization of expenses by Treasury Board between 2001 and 2009. All of the funds in question are accounted for in public documents presented to Parliament, including the public accounts. There is no indication that any dollars are missing, misappropriated, or misspent. The Treasury Board Secretariat has accepted all of the Auditor General's recommendations. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are deluded if they think that the Auditor General was somehow congratulating them for doing a good job. The Auditor General lambasted them in the strongest language that I've ever seen in an Auditor General's report. But if this $3.1 billion boondoggle was their only problem, it would be different. But we've got a pattern developing here, Mr. Speaker, of ministers resigning, lives at risk in search and rescue mismanagement, unreported privacy violation of 1 million Canadians. It makes you wonder what this government is good at. Well, there's one thing they're good at, is rebranding Government of Canada websites in Conservative Party colours to make it look like somehow there's no difference between the Conservative Party and the...
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, regarding government websites, different colours were tested with web specialists. They found that blue worked best. But don't take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. The website About.com says blue is a favorite color of both men and women of all ages. It may be the calming effect of the color blue that makes it a popular color for both men and women, or it could be the association of some shades of blue with authority figures, intelligence, and stability.
Order. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra. Order.
Speaker, there's yet another new tax increase on middle-class Canadians, and that's a tax on group life insurance premiums. Now, the premiums may be paid by the companies, but the tax goes directly onto employee paychecks. This Conservative government has raised income taxes, raised EI premium taxes, raised taxes on dividends, but this is really going too far. They're taxing the insurance on workers' potential dismemberment or death. In the frenzy of tax increases, is there nothing this government won't tax?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it's shocking language from the Liberals because this is the party that is presently trying to seek special tax breaks for Chinese companies who are competing directly with Canadian companies. In fact, why they don't want to support Canadian manufacturers is beyond me. Here's what the Canadian manufacturers had to say about the GPTs. The government's decision to modernize this foreign aid program by removing some countries from the GPT list is a good decision. They need to defend Canadian companies for a change.
A member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government has taken on the role of tax ninjas, sneaking tariffs in here, adding user fees in there, all the time chopping services to middle-class Canadians. But it's the $600 million a year in new payroll taxes that's a real kick in the teeth to Canadians. $600 million a year. These hidden additional taxes will have a negative impact on job creation and workers' paychecks. When will this minister stop putting the boots to hard-working Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, that's laughable coming from that party who insisted during their platform that they have a 45-day work year under EI. They insisted on a carbon tax. They insisted on increasing the GST. We will take no lessons from them. And on the general preferential tariff, let's hear what Michael Hart from Carleton U had to say. Quote, Hong Kong, Singapore, South Africa, South Korea, Thailand, really aren't developing countries and should have been graduated long ago. We'll continue to defend Canadian companies.
Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, with some poetic license and an apology to Sir Winston Churchill, never in the history has so much damage been done to so many by one crew. Half the provincial premiers in this country have voiced their unqualified opposition to the EI changes. Provincial houses of assembly are unanimous in their disapproval. These changes hurt seasonal workers, they hurt business, they hurt families, and they're devastating communities. When will they stop hammering people because of these EI changes?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
The Honourable Member has it completely backwards. In fact, the changes are designed to help Canadians find the jobs that are out there that are in demand by employers who are having problems filling those jobs, and to make sure that the people have the skills to fill those jobs so that they and their family will be better off in the future. Mr. Speaker, we've also changed it to make sure that when somebody works, they're better off than when they don't. That being said, Mr. Speaker, if there are no jobs available locally within the skill range for people, EI will continue to be there for them, as it always has been.
Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Press Freedom Day. This is a perfect opportunity to ask the Conservatives why they continue to poke their nose in the affairs of CBC. The Conservatives want to interfere in the management of this Crown Corporation. This is a very disturbing decision. This is an idea that comes from a minister who lost track of $3.1 billion. Why doesn't the minister concentrate on managing his own finances rather than attacking the CBC? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
The government has the ultimate financial responsibility for Crown corporations. We must ensure these costs are sustainable. The measures proposed in the Budget Implementation Act are neither new nor revolutionary. In fact, the leader of the NDP was part of a provincial government that required political approval from negotiating mandates for Crown corporations such as Hydro-Quebec, Mono-Quebec, and Tele-Quebec, to name a few.
Wow. Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, let's get back to the facts here. Now, Conservatives have made it clear that they do not like the CBC. But today, Mr. Speaker, on World Press Freedom Day, as we reflect on the importance of a free press, the Conservatives' latest move to take more control over our public broadcaster is unprecedented and troubling. This has nothing to do with defending taxpayers. It's about Conservatives interfering with Crown corporations. Why won't the minister focus on getting his own finances in order and get his hands off our public broadcaster?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board. Order.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, the government has the ultimate financial responsibility for Crown corporations. We must ensure that these costs are sustainable. Economic Action Plan 2013 stated that the government will look at options to improve the financial viability of Crown corporations, including compensation levels.
Excellent.
We are ensuring that public service labour costs align and that taxpayers' hard-earned dollars are used efficiently. Thank you.
La députée de Brossard.
Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives still can't protect jobs across this country. The offices of the International Civil Aviation Organization in Montreal are in danger. Everyone wants the organization to remain in Montreal. But if these jobs are threatened, it's because of the Conservatives' disastrous foreign policy. How come Canada went from being a world leader to a country that has to fight tooth and nail just to keep international organizations here? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
We are working with the provinces, the city and others to keep ICAO where it belongs, in Montreal. Mr. Speaker, we are dismayed by the way Qatar has been going about it. It undermines what has been a very strong and successful partnership. We have a deal to keep, Mr. Speaker, and we will work very aggressively with our partners to keep ICAO where it is, that is, Montreal. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we all want to protect our national interest here, and when we want to make sure we kept this asset in Montreal, but the minister needs to reflect on how we ended up here. Mr. Speaker, the death toll now stands at over 500 in Bangladesh after the factory collapse. This is a horrific event that has touched many Canadians. Business as usual is no longer an option. So the question is, Mr. Speaker, will the government agree to the motion to study this tragedy at committee that the NDP has put forward and work with us to strengthen corporate social responsibility abroad?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we offer our sincerest condolences to the people of Bangladesh. Our thoughts and prayers go out with the injured and those who lost family members or friends in this tragedy. Canada remains concerned about dangerous working conditions in the global garment sector. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a member of the International Labour Convention, and we urge Bangladesh to live up to its international agreement, the International Labour Convention 81 of Labour Inspection, which it has ratified. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that all governments take concrete measures to provide workers with safe and healthy working conditions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Prince George, Peace River.
Mr. Speaker, in Canada's 2013 Economic Action Plan, our government renewed its commitment to a fast and flexible immigration system that is more focused on Canada's labour market needs. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for Citizenship and Immigration please update the House on Canada's largest economic immigration system, the Federal Skilled Worker Program? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for Prince George, Prince River for the question this morning. And as part of our government's transformational changes to the immigration system and the new improved federal skilled worker program, tomorrow we will begin accepting new applications. Now, the updated selection criteria will help us attract immigrants who will be ready to integrate more rapidly, successfully into Canada's economy, helping spur economic growth and long-term prosperity. This is good news for newcomers and their families who will begin integration into this country with a job and a promise for tomorrow. And it is good for this country. It builds on our economy for today and for the long term. We're moving in the right direction, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Drummond.
Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, in addition to voting against NDP motions to recognise climate change, the Conservatives are hell-bent on attacking, muzzling and discrediting scientists. They are axing funding for science and innovation. Industry Canada's budget has been cut by more than 50%. Yes, 50%. It will drop from $419 million last year to $173 million by 2016. Will the Conservatives stop their ideological war and their cutbacks in science when most OECD countries are doing the opposite?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here go the NDP again, making things up on the fly. Mr. Speaker, federal scientists regularly provide media interviews and publish thousands of research papers every single year. How can the NDP claim that they support Canadian scientists when they reject the science behind the Keystone XL pipeline and vote against new funding at every single opportunity? The answer is simple, Mr. Speaker, they can't.
Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadarm made us all proud.
and is central to Canada's role in space history. This should be above politics. So why has an event to honour our space history turned into another event marred by politics? The first Canadian astronaut in space played an important role in Canadarm history and space science. Can the government not recognize this? Does the minister not agree with the NDP that the first Canadian in space should have been invited to the Canadarm event?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Order. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting. On the lead question today, the NDP were talking about how the fact that they didn't actually want to talk about history, that it wasn't important to talk about history. But now they're talking about how important Canadian history is. We are actually very proud of Canada's astronauts. We're proud of Canada's armed forces. In this particular event, the Canadian Space Agency was in charge of who was actually invited to this event, Mr. Speaker. We're very, very proud of the accomplishments of Canada in space, and we'll continue to recognize that history as often as we possibly can, Mr. Speaker. We are very proud of Canada's astronauts. It's a shame that the Liberal Party rejected them by 80% at their leadership, Mr. Speaker.
For Scarborough Southwest.
That answer is disgraceful and beneath a member of the Government of Canada. Now, they can't be bothered to show respect for the first Canadian in space, yet they want us to trust them to rewrite provincial history books? Mr. Speaker, Conservatives at the Heritage Committee are now trying to remake our nation's history in their own image. The last thing Canadians want is politicians deciding what's in their children's textbooks. So, can this government admit that it is a mistake to try and tell provincial schools what history they should teach?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
We have no intention of telling the provinces what they should be teaching in our schools. What we're trying to do is reconnect Canadians with our history, making sure that the federal government works with other governments, if possible, works with communities to tell the stories, the events, and the things that have helped shape this country. Mr. Speaker, imagine the horror. We're going to invite the Library of Parliament to come before committee. We're going to invite the people who do our Hansard to come and talk to us, museum curators. All work closely with you and the Sergeant of Arms to make sure that our committee is secure from these very, very scary people who will come to talk about Canadian history with us.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, history courses with conservative sauce is something Quebecers don't want. They communicated that message in 2011. Once again, the Conservatives are charging ahead in areas of provincial jurisdiction. They can say what they will, but a ill-thought-out motion talks about how teachers teach history in each province. That has nothing to do with promoting Canadian history. This is interference. Former reformists want to control everything. Does the government really think that that should be the priority of the Canadian Heritage Committee? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage.
Such thing. What the motion says is that we'd like to see how history is treated across the country so that we can work with other governments, so that we can work with our regions to make sure that we get this history out there, that we work together. What's wrong with asking the Hansard to make it easier for Canadians to access the important debates of this chamber? What's wrong with asking museum curators, what are the important stories that you want to talk about? We have things that are very exciting to all of us in our regions, in our home ridings, Mr. Speaker. I think we should work together to make sure those stories get out there for Canada's 150th birthday and beyond. Canadians want to know more about the things that have made this country great, and we're going to work with Canadians to make sure they have access to that.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning of question period, the Minister of Health said, and I quote, "We listened to the Auditor General." Well, in light of the announcements about search and rescue, following the scathing report from the Auditor General, over 90%, well over 90% of the announcement material had nothing to do with what the Auditor General said. Now, specifically, fixed-wing aircraft. Search and rescue airplanes on the West Coast are now over 45 years of age, older than a lot of people in this House. When is this issue going to get some serious concern? We've been listening to this now since the minister promised them several years ago. It's just like my base in Gander. They promised money, nothing delivered. If this is a Canada First defence policy, why is search and rescue last?
The Honourable Associate Minister for National Defence.
Like the Auditor General, our government recognizes that quick and efficient search and rescue service is critical to many Canadians. We too see the replacement of our search and rescue fixed-wing aircraft as a priority. We are committed to an open and transparent process to replace our aging Buffalo and Hercules aircraft fleets. We will do this in a manner that respects Canadian taxpayers and ensures value for their hard-earned tax dollars. We'll continue responsible management of this file, including ongoing consultations with industry. We're looking for the best outcomes, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2013 falsely claims to commit $65 million over the next 2 years for veterans' funeral and burial expenses. The minister knows full well that that $65 million will not be spent over the next 2 years, but will be spread out over some undefined, indeterminate period. It's a ruse, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a ruse, and what's further, every single veteran who is presently ineligible under the program will not be helped by this budget. When will the government stop misleading veterans?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's disheartening to hear this type of question come from the Liberals after they, in fact, reduced the benefits available to our veterans when they were in power. They did absolutely nothing to bring back those benefits for our veterans through all those years in power. In fact, what Economic Action Plan 2013 does is double the amount of money for funerals for our veterans. We were already leading the world in the benefits we provided to our veterans for funerals and burials. Now we are the leader. Our Conservatives support our veterans.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. It's been 417 days since our Conservative members voted with us to give more powers to Election Canada. Nothing's happened yet except a mysterious bill that was aborted because of backbench pressure before the opposition saw the content. On this issue, the Conservatives are moving at a snail's pace. There are limits to dragging one's feet, and that limit has been crossed a long time ago. When will the dithering stop, and when will we see amendments to the Elections Act in this House?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The independent audit, which was just recently released, highlights widespread errors by Elections Canada and their operations during the last election. As I have indicated before, we will bring forward amendments to the law in the not-too-distant future.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. Instead of supporting and enhancing a 21st century electoral system, Conservatives are slashing 8% from Elections Canada's budget, while pretending the cuts are somehow voluntary. These cuts will hamper investigations, they will fetter operations, and they will impede the implementation of legislation and regulations. That is, if this government ever gets around to introducing them. Can the Minister of State please tell Canadians where this legislation is and how he plans to fund the implementation when he's cutting Elections Canada so drastically?
Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that Elections Canada has access to unlimited financial resources for elections and investigations, such as investigating the NDP accepting hundreds of thousands of dollars in illegal donations. Mr. Speaker, in fact, the Chief Electoral Officer himself confirmed at committee that he has the financial resources that he needs. Mr. Speaker, that said, an independent audit highlighted widespread errors by Elections Canada in their operations in the last election. We will bring forward amendments to the law in the not-too-distant future.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Mr. Speaker, our incredibly hardworking Minister of Foreign Affairs is in Montreal today to lead the defence against Qatar's hostile attempt to relocate the International Civil Aviation Organization. As you know, Mr. Speaker, our government has worked in good faith to complete an agreement to extend ICAO stay in that world-class beautiful city for 20 years from 2016 onwards. The ICAO Council actually endorsed the agreement and gave the Secretary-General the authority to sign it. Now, Mr. Speaker, can the Parliamentary Secretary today please tell us what the Minister of Foreign Affairs is doing in Montreal?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for a very wonderful question. Yes, indeed, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is working very hard and diligently with the City of Montreal and the province of Quebec to ensure that ICAO remains in its natural home, Montreal. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, this House unanimously agreed to support those efforts. But within minutes, the NDP's Foreign Affairs critic was out in the media practically backing Qatar and undermining the campaign by Team Canada. Mr. Speaker, just for once, we would hope that the NDP would promote Canada internationally instead of running it down, Mr. Speaker. That will join us in standing up for Canada, standing up for Quebec, and for Montreal, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, mismanagement in the health portfolio gets worse every day, putting human life and health at risk. The list is long. Failure to regulate diluted chemotherapy drugs, or to issue warnings for ineffective birth control pills, or to act on poor quality control at Sandoz and recently Apotex. We now rely on the US for drug safety. The Auditor General says the minister spent $2.5 million to distribute $5 million for a failed diabetes initiative. This minister always has a glib excuse. What's her latest excuse for this incompetence?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier this week, the Provincial Committee is examining jurisdictional questions surrounding the drug service providers. Marchés has never applied for a federal regulatory approval. We have proposed an interim solution to ensure that all drug service providers fall within federal or provincial regulations, and we plan to continue to work closely with the provinces and the territories to address this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Beauharnois-Salaberry.
Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, the United States are still talking about imposing a new border tax, a tax that Canadians would have to pay despite the obvious inconvenience. It is our companies, our manufacturers, and our citizens who will be paying these fees that will harm cross-border trade. This is serious. Are the Conservatives taking it seriously? What does the government intend to do to make sure that commercial traffic and tourism between our country remain fluid?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure this House that our government will vigorously oppose any efforts to impose new border fees. In these challenging economic times, there's no better American job creator than trade with Canada, and of course vice versa. New border fees send exactly the opposite message. They undermine efforts to create new jobs in Canada and the United States. Canadians can be assured that our government will work tirelessly to promote the interests of Canadian exporters and investors.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent, Essex.
Mr. Speaker, as a Canadian of Dutch descent, I'm pleased to rise today to highlight the 68th anniversary of the liberation of the Netherlands. Canada contributed in many ways throughout World War II and made significant contributions in securing victory in Europe and ending the war. The liberations of the Netherlands is an important milestone for the Dutch and Canadians alike. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs please share with this House the strong relationship shared by our countries and the vital contributions Canada made in support of the Netherlands 68 years ago today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
I'd like to thank the honourable member from Chatham-Kent, Essex for his strong constituency work and for this important question. The struggle to liberate the Netherlands played a very important role in bringing victory to Europe and the end of the Second World War. And Canada's vital contributions to that liberation laid the foundation for a very strong relationship between our two countries that we continue to enjoy today. For over 9 months, 7,600 Canadians paid with their lives to bring peace and freedom to the Netherlands. And we certainly will not forget that sacrifice on this side of the House. I know all Canadians join me in remembering that sacrifice.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, an increasing number of citizens in my riding are indicating to me how the sacking of the employment insurance system is making their families' lives difficult. Delays in processing applications are so long that some people have to use food banks. They cannot meet the demand anymore. This situation is unworthy of a country like Canada. Will the Conservatives finally listen to the unemployed and cancel their EI reform? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. The priority of our government, Mr. Speaker, is the creation of jobs and growing our economy to have long-term prosperity. To do that, we have to have citizens who have the skills necessary to fill high-demand jobs. That's why we added programs for training to improve skills, but we also made changes to improve the EI system so that when someone's working, they do better than when they're not. But, Mr. Speaker, if there are no jobs in the region of the worker, employment insurance will continue to be there. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Tabasco. The Heritage Committee has decided to look into the teaching of history in Quebec. This flagrant intrusion in an area of Quebec jurisdiction is in line with the Conservatives' desire to impose new Canadian symbols that are mostly militaristic and rewriting history. They refuse to shed light on the patriation of the Constitution that is an extremely important part of Canadian history. How can the Minister of Canadian Heritage justify this interference when his boss doesn't want to talk about the patriation of the Constitution with the Quebec Premier?
And Mr. Speaker, let me just reiterate. This study is not about how the provinces teach history in their schools. It's not about the interpretation of history in their schools. It's about how we can work together to help people better understand the important events, people and places that have helped shape our country, that have helped shape our provinces, and in fact our communities, Mr. Speaker. We heard this loud and clear when we studied Canada's 150th, that a lot of the people and places around this country who are in charge of making sure Canadians understand and respect their history want us to work together better to make give Canadians better access to that, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're going to do. We're not interfering in any jurisdiction. We're going to actually promote and work better with our jurisdictions.
Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, tourism in Canada is in crisis. It's one of the fastest dropping sectors of the Canadian economy. 1/3 of Canada's record trade deficit can be attributed to the deficit in tourism, over $17 billion last year. Will this government go back to the drawing board on its failed tourism policy, restore the partial HST rebate for tourists, and reverse its 25% cut for the Canadian Tourism Commission?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, our government launched the Federal Tourism Strategy, a plan to ensure Canada continues to create jobs and growth in this sector. Canadian tourism is on the right track. More money is being spent by international travellers in Canada, more tourism jobs are being created, and we continue to welcome more Chinese, Indian, Brazilian, and American travellers to our beautiful country of Canada, Mr. Speaker.
That will conclude question period for today. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 50 petitions.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, entitled Bill C-428, an act to amend the Indian Act, the publication of bylaws, and to provide for its replacement. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate bills. Motions. Motion.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to present a petition signed by literally tens of thousands of Canadians who call upon Parliament to take note that asbestos is the greatest industrial killer that the world has ever known, and that more Canadians now die from asbestos than all other industrial or occupational causes combined. And they call upon Parliament to ban asbestos in all of its forms, and also to stop blocking international health and safety conventions designed to protect workers from asbestos, such as the Rotterdam Convention.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present 4 petitions regarding climate change, our most pressing environmental issue and perhaps the defining issue of our generation. Climate change will profoundly affect our economy, environment, health, lifestyles, and social well-being. How we respond will define the world our children and their descendants grow up in. More stringent actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions cannot be postponed much longer, as dangerous climate change is associated with a global temperature rise of 2 degrees Celsius, and the latest analysis suggests the world is already on track to a warming of 3.5 degrees Celsius. The petitioners call on the government to accept the science of climate change, table a comprehensive climate change plan, and commit to attaining the greenhouse gas emission goals it has promised internationally.
Presenting petitions.
For Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to present 3 petitions from constituents. The first concerns the interim federal health program for refugees. Parkdale High Park is a riding that has had the good fortune to welcome many newcomers, including refugees, over the years. But vulnerable refugee claimants are already being denied basic health services such as medication, psychiatric treatment, and hospitalization. The petitioners call on the Honourable Jason Kenney to reverse the cuts to the interim health program for refugees and maintain Canada's reputation as a compassionate and humanitarian country. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from constituents concerned about the government's changes to the Old Age Security Program. They believe this is a direct attack on some of the poorest of seniors who rely on that money for their daily expenses. The petitioners are calling for maintenance of funding for OAS benefits and that Canada make the required investments in the guaranteed income supplement to lift every senior out of poverty. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I have a petition from those who seek to have Canada join a growing number of U.S. states which are banning the practice of importing shark fin. This is a practice that results in an estimated 73 million sharks being killed each year for their fins alone. The signatories therefore call on the Government of Canada to legislate a ban on the importation of shark fin to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My petition from signatures from across the entire country regarding a vital link for Nova Scotia as well as the island of Newfoundland regarding Marine Atlantic. I would like to thank Mr. Lewis Rideout of Valley Pond for putting this together, organizing this, and he did a masterful job. Marine Atlantic does provide that vital link between the province, and the island, particularly the island of Newfoundland and Nova Scotia. What this calls for is the Government of Canada to change the current fee structure to eliminate fees for passenger travels when leaving the island of Newfoundland to the province of Nova Scotia. Once again, I would like to thank Lewis Rideout for his work in putting this together. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling a petition signed by some 100 individuals from my riding. The petitioners, I believe that Falun Gong petitioners have been the most harshly persecuted for the past several decades. They're asking the House of Commons to stop the systematic persecution of these members and to put an end to the persecution in China.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, petitions continue to roll in on the Experimental Lakes area today from Winnipeg, and what they're asking us to do is continue to hope and demand, actually, that the government reverse its decision. But if not that, at least in good faith, ensure that they move forward on transferring the facility in an orderly fashion to a responsible new program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Presentation de petitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q 1227, 1240, 1245, 1247, and 1248. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, question number Q 1224 could be made in order for return. This return would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House, then, that question number Q 1224 be made an order for return and that it be tabled immediately? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-60, Economic Action Plan 2013 Act number 1, and on the amendment.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago yesterday, many of us in this House were elected for our first term. And given that occasion, as I rise today, I'd like to thank the constituents of mine in Calgary Centre North who elected me and gave me the great honour of allowing me to represent them and speak on their behalf here in Ottawa. So thank you very much to my constituents. And it's on that note that it gives me great pleasure to rise and to speak in support of our budget implementation bill, Mr. Speaker, because it continues on our government's track record of trying to ensure that Canada is a place of economic prosperity, it's a place of job growth, it's a place of environmental health and safety, Mr. Speaker, it's a place of innovation, and, Mr. Speaker, that it is also a place where we can, as legislators in this House of Commons, assure our constituents that we are doing everything possible to be wise stewards of their taxpayer dollars and to ensure the sustainability of the programs that we are tasked with legislating long into the future. You know, 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, I remember traveling throughout my riding, and the number one thing that I heard from my constituents then and now, I was actually out in the riding a couple of weeks ago, last weekend, door knocking a couple of my communities, is the fact that Canadians are still concerned about the economy. I believe that that is still the number one issue that is on the minds of Canadians right now, Mr. Speaker. And it's something that we need to be cognizant of when we're approaching debate around the government's budget. Canadians still are concerned about the global economic situation. They're concerned about ensuring that we have markets to trade our products to. We have export markets. They're concerned about ensuring that we have job growth. They're also concerned about making sure that our government programs are sustainable, that we're making sure that every effort is taken to make sure that when we're voting to spend their tax dollars here in this place, that we can do that with authority and being able to tell them that we are looking for ways to make programs more efficient, more effective wherever possible. And that's really the goal of Economic Action Plan 2013, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to speak about a few initiatives today. I often rise in this House to speak about environmental issues, but today I want to speak about a few initiatives that are very important to the people in my riding. Certainly there's commonalities across the country, but specific to Alberta, there are certain issues that are addressed in Economic Action Plan 2013 that are important to them. First of all, the Canada Job Grant was one of the cornerstones of Economic Action Plan 2013, and certainly in my home province, we face a skilled worker shortage. It's something that I've heard from many businesses in my community and across the province, but there's other components of the economy across the country that speak to this as well. That's why we introduced the Canada Job Grant, Mr. Speaker, and by providing up to $15,000 per person in Alberta with combined federal, provincial, territorial, and employer funding to help folks get the skills that they need for independent jobs, we hope to fill those in-demand jobs, Mr. Speaker, in a more effective way. We also want to make sure that Canadians who want to seek those skills in order to fill those positions have the tools at hand to be able to do that. And that is the goal of this program. I'm very excited about it, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that it's going to have a very positive impact on our economy across the country, but certainly at home in Alberta. You know, one of the challenges that we have in Calgary, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that it is a growing city. You know, I'm quite proud to represent a Calgary riding because I do feel that it's one of the economic engine cities of the country. And one of the demands that we see in Calgary is the fact that we have infrastructure needs. And, you know, our government has been very, very proud to support infrastructure funding across the country. In Calgary, I know some of our Economic Action Plan funding has been used to build things like the Stony Trail Ring Road, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that I'm very excited about in this bill and that I hope my colleagues will support is the indexation of the gas tax fund to better support the development of this infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. That is such an important thing because it will allow cities to build upon the continuation and the certainty that we provided by making the gas tax transfer fund permanent. And that is a legacy that our government is quite proud of, and it's something that I think is just a wonderful part of Economic Action Plan 2013. There's a few other things that I wanted to talk about today in Economic Action Plan 2013. As you know, we have recently reformed the temporary foreign worker program to make sure that Canadians are given the first crack at available jobs. I just held a telephone town hall in my riding about a week and a half ago, Mr. Speaker. I think I had almost 10,000 of my constituents on that call at one point. And several of the questions that we received in that related to making sure that that program was both effective and fair in the long run. And that's really where our reforms have been aimed to support, or have been aimed to over the last year, and certainly I think that this is a step in the right direction. So there are many things I think that my colleagues should have a look at with regard to how communities, their ridings are supported in Economic Action Plan 2013. I've just mentioned a couple of things here, and I wanted to spend my remaining time actually talking about something that's very near and dear to my heart, and that's the support for science and technology that's included in Economic Action Plan 2013. There's one program that I specifically want to highlight that I hope my colleagues will look at and choose to support, and that's the $165 million in multi-year support that we've provided to genomics research through Genome Canada. Genome Canada, for those of my colleagues in here who aren't familiar with this work, is really a very unique program that is cultivating some of the best and brightest researchers in this country, supporting them in their work in really what is cutting-edge, uniquely Canadian research that is designed to support a wide variety of industrial problems and basic research problems across the country. I'm really quite supportive of this funding because Genome Canada has a track record of research excellence and supporting some of the best and brightest researchers in this country, and I hope that my colleagues will support Economic Action Plan 2013, in part because some of these programs exist and are funded. Further to that, on the S&T side, Mr. Speaker, I believe we have $325 million of additional support for Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or SDTC Canada. This is an organization, Mr. Speaker, that is dedicated to bringing clean energy technology, clean technology, sustainable technology into industry, into adoption, so that we can start addressing some of the major issues, Mr. Speaker, or sorry, continue to address major issues in some of our bigger sectors of our economy, including the energy sector. I had the opportunity to tour a company in my riding, Pure Technologies, a couple of months ago. They've developed technology that SDTC has supported, wherein it's basically a ball, Mr. Speaker, that can go through pipelines and detect microscopic fractures to help promote better monitoring of our pipeline safety, Mr. Speaker. It's these sorts of developments that our government is very proud to support through organizations like Genome Canada, like SDTC, but also more importantly through our Tri-Council granting agencies as well. I spent several years working with these agencies, and the continued support that we've provided to them through Budget 2013, as well as to the Canada Foundation for Innovation. This is an organization that supports the funding of research infrastructure, so either the bricks and mortar or the needed to support research or the equipment that researchers need. Our continued support of that, I think, is very indicative of the fact that supporting science and technology and the diversification of the Canadian economy is something that our government is not only cognizant of, but is really putting our money where our mouth is, and that's very evident in Budget 2013, Mr. Speaker. I think overall, the goal of Budget 2013 and what we've seen in here is that balance between ensuring that we have long-term economic growth. This builds on our track record of programs such as the Responsible Resource Development suite of programming, Mr. Speaker, but also making sure that our House is in order here in Ottawa. So trying to make sure that as we grow our economy, we're also moving back to balance. And I'm really quite pleased to see some of the economic forecasts that this budget has been based around. I know our finance minister has worked quite hard to get to that point. And I certainly will be very proud to support this particular bill because of that ability to move Canada's economy into sustainability well into the future and to build on our strong track record of growing Canada's economy. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for her intervention. I just want to start by saying I agree with a central point that she made, which is that Canadians believe that economy and economic growth is really one of our number one priorities, the number one priority, she said. But where I disagree with her is that somehow this government is a, quote, wise steward of taxpayers' dollars. Particularly, I would ask through you, Mr. Speaker, whether or not this budget, with its hundreds of tax hikes from hospital parking, credit unions, safety deposit boxes, bicycles, baby strollers, that are costing Canadians perhaps $8 billion over the next 5 years, demonstrates a good economic decision at this point in our country's history. Is this the right time for those changes?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's with great joy that I answer my colleagues' questions and see his interest in reducing the tax burden for the average Canadian. I'm glad this is something that we share. In fact, it's been through our government's efforts that since we took power in 2006, we've actually reduced the Canadian tax burden by about $3,000 per average family of four. That's a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. That's something that is impactful in Canadian society, and yes, this is our track record, and it's something that we're quite proud of. But I find it interesting that he's bringing this up, Mr. Speaker, given that his budget that his party put forward actually didn't have any costing attached to it. So I'm not sure how you can talk about wise stewards of taxpayer dollars when there's actually not costing associated with their financial proposals, Mr. Speaker. It's something we should be quite concerned about.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, and hearing the remarks of Parliamentary Secretary, and who mentioned several times as we grow our economy, but in fact the Canadian economy is virtually stalled. There's a great deal of concern right across the spectrum for how poorly our economy is doing right now. And one of the ways it's being stalled is by the hits on small business, which, as we know, is the job creators of Canada. My colleague from Thunder Bay Superior North mentioned tourism and the attack on tourism and the downturn of the tourism industry. So small businesses are hurting under this government, and I would like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary which small businesses they consulted advised that there should be an extra tax on dividends costing small businesses $2.3 billion over the next 5 years.
Member for Calgary Centre North.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I disagree with the premise of my colleague's question in that Canada actually does have a strong record of economic growth given the global context. The fact that we've created within our economy over 900,000 net new jobs since the economic downturn was deemed to have slowed down is something that our country should be quite proud of. We should be touting that. we're actually attracting workers and investment to this country at greater rates than some of our developed countries are seeing. And this is through our government's focus on ensuring that we have access for products to other markets, that we have increased trade relations, Mr. Speaker, that we have a proper regulatory structure that allows for investments in major infrastructure projects, Mr. Speaker. All of these things are at the core of Budget 2013. They build on our government's track record, and yes, absolutely, we are seeing economic growth.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noted that my colleague mentioned that she'd been spending some time recently knocking on doors in her riding, and I know one of the things when I've been knocking on doors in my riding, which of course is in the Calgary area as well, I've knocked on doors in the community of Cochrane and spent time at trade shows in communities like Airdrie and Didsbury, which are all in the same general area. And certainly, you know, my constituents are quite happy to be hearing about our the fact that we've recommitted and reconfirmed in the budget that we will make sure that we balance our federal budget by 2015. And I'm just wondering if she's heard similar things at the doors in her community and how supportive her constituents are of our commitment as a government to make sure we balance that federal budget by 2015.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my very hardworking colleague raises an excellent point. Through him being in touch with his constituents, we actually can see that this is a principle that is very, very important to many Canadians. And why? Because Canadians know at their heart what it takes to balance a checkbook. They understand that if you spend a little more, Mr. Speaker, you have to either spend less in the future or you have to increase your revenue. And Mr. Speaker, through our government's effort to, as I've said earlier, increase trading relation opportunities, increase job creation through various programs, Mr. Speaker, we are creating that economic growth or that increased revenue component, but also through the strategic review of various government departments and looking for operational efficiencies, we're also trying to make sure that government works more effectively. It's that balance that our constituents expect.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will take advantage of this opportunity to point out how disappointed I am, as is my opposition members, with C-60, this bill which was tabled on March 21st, 2013. Once again, I'm very disappointed and sad to see that the government decided to table a time allocation motion to limit the time we have to debate in this House. This is even more sad because of the changes that this bill makes that directly affect so many citizens. There are more than 50 bills that are amended by this one that have no connection to the budget, properly speaking. Rather than dividing these components into various elements so that we could study them in depth in committee, the government, for the third time in this Parliament, wants to impose its vision in mammoth bills without consultation, with no in-depth exchanges. The Conservatives are rejecting sound democratic sense. This is an austerity program that will not help Canadians to get back to work and which will keep the country on the road to precariousness in jobs. Higher taxes, higher tariffs, tax credits for labor-sponsored venture capital and cooperatives. The result, Canadians will have less in their pockets, will have access to fewer services, and will be the first victims of Conservative actions. Mr. Speaker, as presented by the Parliamentary Budget Director, or Officer rather, this week, the Budget 2012, the Economic Update 2012, and Budget 2013 will be responsible for the loss of 67,000 jobs by 2017 and a drop in GDP of 0.57%. This is because of massive cutbacks, and it is inevitably going to provoke a slowing down of the economy. What the Conservatives are doing is weakening the Canadian growth because of backward and ideological ideas. An important part of this bill deals with immigration issues that and also involve the temporary foreign workers program, and they concentrated on that in particular. First of all, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives, as usual with the temporary foreign workers program, waited until they were really backed up against the wall before reacting. They waited until the very last minute to make adjustments to the program. And today, without any consultation and hastily done, they announced with great pomp and circumstance some measures to readjust the program goals. In reality, what the government's done is to go backwards and go against everything they said since the election. They were promoting increased use of temporary foreign workers, and today they recognize that they went too far. They allowed businesses to pay foreign workers 15% less than Canadian workers, and today they admit that that was a mistake, although they were denying those accusations only a week ago. And what is the solution? They are now announcing an expedited process to replace Canadian workers, and they have moved ahead with these measures quickly and without consultation. Exactly, in a nutshell, what we criticize about C-60. The government's attitude has resulted in problems such as those we saw at HD Mining and the Royal Bank of Canada. We can see that the Foreign Temporary Workers Program has to come back to its basic mission. That is to allow businesses to meet specific needs, labor needs, for a temporary period of time, and particularly for jobs that require a high level of qualifications. It was not ever supposed to replace Canadian workers, and nor to be to the benefit of the bottom line of businesses, as Conservatives have allowed. What we have been repeating for a long time on this file has been reiterated by Mark Carney, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, last week. Mr. Speaker, the requirement of the government to have a work plan table and a training program also before being able to use the program for a fee will penalize small and medium-sized businesses much more than big businesses. The SMEs have the most difficulty dealing with these measures, and the cost will have a bigger impact on their overall expenses than the big Canadian banks, for example. At the same time, Bill C-60 gives the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration and Multiculturalism new discretionary powers. These are added to those that he was already given under C-31 and Bill C-43. Rather than putting into place the normal appeal procedures, the minister is positioning himself once again as judge and jury in the various immigration files. Mr. Speaker, in terms of other aspects related to immigration, the issue of fees also concerns us. It's important to emphasize that the new fees put forward by the minister for permanent residents, for applications for citizenship, and for temporary foreign workers will not be subject to the user fee laws under C-60. As a result, for these new fees, the minister will not be obliged to consult anyone, to do impact studies, or even to warn the users or the applicants. In the last budget, the Minister of Finance gave a lot of latitude to the various fees imposed by Citizenship and Immigration Canada, but now they have carte blanche. Knowing that a permanent residency application can cost $1,500 in related costs, increases for other fees, immigration fees, will have an impact and creates a distinction between citizens who have single or dual citizenship. This will create a distinction between immigrants who are more wealthy and those who are less so. Whereas the government is doing things in terms of integration, this will have direct and negative repercussions. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this House must work for all Canadians. Imposing changes of this scope and nature without there having been sufficient debate shows their recklessness and their disdain for democracy. The measures announced under pressure in the House in terms of immigration, particularly for the foreign workers program, reflects once again their improvisation and amateurism. This government is once again demonstrating that they don't have an overall plan and that they have put an end to the whole concept of accountability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for her excellent speech. Hundreds of people in Toronto Danforth, my riding, have been writing to me about what they want to see in this budget. I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that trashing unionized workers was not on anybody's list. Bill C-60 authorizes the government's Treasury Board to intervene at any stage of collective bargaining between any one of 49 Crown corporations and unionized workers in order to impose a negotiating mandate on the corporation. It also permits the Treasury Board to intervene directly with the Crown Corporation to change the conditions of employment for any non-union employee at any time. So this represents the deepest possible hypocrisy by this government. I'm wondering if my colleague agrees that in this House and the media, government ministers repeatedly tell us that Crown corporations operate at arm's length from the government. They do this as a way to shield these corporations from accountability, effectively saying, don't ask us, ask the corporation. For example, repeatedly the government does this with respect to Canada Post when it's closing outlets, while never failing to take the opportunity to defend Canada Post's freedom to do what it wants, including pushing a business model that's designed to squeeze out unionized workers more and more. So beyond hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker, this is a combination of big government and big brother government, and I'm wondering if my colleague from Saint-Lambert agrees with me or can add anything else. Thank you.
Et de Saint-Lambert.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. I thank my colleague for his question. And obviously, I agree entirely with what he said. It's clear that the government is presenting us continuously with these kinds of supposedly austerity budgets, and at the same time ones to help relaunch the economy and renew the economy. So considering Crown corporations, which in fact are supposed to be independent, this is a complete case of interference. It's total interference. The choice of this government to do this, to interfere, but also to be able to ensure a control over everything. And we see this in particular when they go and get involved in negotiations in collective bargaining in terms of hiring or choice of employees. Yes, indeed. This government is taking the wrong path and continues to be very controlling.
Honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to build on the question asked by the honourable member from Danforth, Toronto Danforth, and ask the member from Saint-Lambert to say more about this. It's very worrisome to me when I discovered that in C-60 we'll have the government sitting on the boards of our Crown corporations vetting and making decisions. This is ending the historic arm's-length status of companies like Via Rail, Canada Post, and the CBC.
Just, alors, order. La traduction ne fonctionne pas? Ça fonctionne maintenant?
Is the interpretation working now?
Unfortunately, I don't think the translation was working. We'll try that again. La traduction fonctionne.
Is it working now?
Is it working now?
There we go. Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd like to ask this honourable member, following up on the question from the member from Toronto Danforth, about staff, government staff sitting in on the boards of Crown corporations, vetting and making decisions under C-60. As we know, these omnibus budget bills have little surprises, and this is a worrisome surprise. Mr. Speaker, this will end the historic arm's-length relationship of companies like Via Rail, Canada Post, and the CBC. So, Mr. Speaker, in light of today being World Press Freedom Day, what does this member think about the government taking control of what's supposed to be our independent broadcaster here in Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La députée de Saint-Lambert.
Honourable member for Saint-Lambert. I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I think that we are in a very serious situation here. A corporation like the CBC, on this World Press Freedom Day, I think we have to say it loud and clear that press freedom must be respected and, of course, maintained. As a democratic system, what we're seeing with this government is control over many, many aspects of our economy. Now, this interference is notable and can only lead to disaster. As official opposition, of course, we will continue to oppose these principles that are totally unacceptable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Labour.
Speaker, I appreciate the ability and the opportunity to debate the Budget Implementation Act. And like everybody here, I am encouraged by Canada's steady progress towards recovery from the recession. And you've heard the statistics already. We're moving forward while many of our trading partners are actually struggling to keep their footing. Our record of job creation is better than any other G7 country. And we're further ahead than any of the G7 when it comes to our debt to GDP ratio. And thanks to our government's prudent fiscal management, we still have AAA credit rating. Now, because of these strong fundamentals, Canada is seen internationally as a good place to invest. And that can only bode well for our continued prosperity. But, Mr. Speaker, this is simply no time to relax, because at the global level, the economic recovery is still fragile. And we will need to continue to be prudent and follow the plan that has always served us so well. And we're also going to need to come to grips with the greatest threat to our long-term economic vitality. And simply put, that is the skills shortage. So as Canada's Minister of Labour, I have my own particular perspective on the issue. You know, I travel across the country, and I do talk to workers and I talk to employers about the importance of cooperative labour relations, about health and safety in the workplace, and the benefits of diversity and inclusion in the workplace. These are wide-ranging discussions, and they often shift to the topic of skills shortages. Now, employers say they're having a hard time finding qualified workers, and that this stifling of their ability to grow is a direct result. And in some cases, Mr. Speaker, it's actually putting their businesses and even their industries at risk. On the other side, workers are always aware as well of the pressures, and they are rightfully concerned. And indeed, I have been stopped on the shop floor by machinists being very concerned about the fact that they are heading to retirement and there's nobody coming in to replace them. The workers and the employers that I talk to actually express their bewilderment that it doesn't make sense that we have this skills shortage at a time when we have so many Canadians that are still unemployed. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have heard from the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development Canada that there is a mismatch in this country between the skills that employers are looking for and the skills that are actually available in the workforce. And our government is committed to giving Canadians the skills that they need in order to get the jobs that are in demand. And that's why skills training is such an important part of this new budget. In the Economic Action Plan 2013, we are giving our young people better access to information on where the jobs really are, particularly in the skilled trades area and the STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and what skills are required to get these jobs. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada invests about $2.7 billion a year in agreements with the provinces and the territories for skills training and for employment training as well. But these programs need to be better lined up with the skills that the employers require. And we want to transform the way that Canadians get training, and that's why we are creating the Canada Job Grant. So instead of having the situation where officials or bureaucrats are deciding what training should be delivered, employers themselves will identify their training needs, and then they will apply to the provinces for the funding. And what this does is that it ensures that Canadians are getting the skills employers are seeking. With the current $500 million a year labour market agreements with the provinces and the territories set to expire in 2014, we will negotiate new agreements centred on this job grant. And when it's fully implemented, Mr. Speaker, we expect that this job grant can help 130,000 Canadians to access training that they need to get a job or to improve their skills for in-demand jobs. Now, just as important as in-school training, Mr. Speaker, is on-the-job training. And we already have grants to encourage people to pursue and to complete their apprenticeship training in a Red Seal trade. So in our Economic Action Plan 2013, we are actually introducing new measures to further support apprentices. People who want to enter the skilled trades will benefit from reduced barriers to accreditation and as well from support to complete their apprentice training and their certification. And to that end, we're going to work with the provinces and the territories to help harmonize requirements for apprentices in the Red Seal trades. Give you an example, Mr. Speaker. We're going to examine the potential use of practical tests as a method of assessment. And we're also going to take a number of steps to recognize the importance of hiring and training apprentices. The government will be introducing measures that will support the use of apprentices through federal construction and maintenance contracts, investments in affordable housing, and infrastructure projects receiving federal funding. And finally, we are increasing our support for training and employment programs that target groups that are underrepresented in our workforce. What we know is that people under 25, Aboriginal people, newcomers, and people with disabilities have a significantly higher rate of unemployment than the general population. And quite frankly, this is a waste of their potential, and it's a loss to our economy because we need all of the talent in Canada at work. So as the Minister responsible for employment equity, diversity in the workplace is an issue that is very close to my heart. There's almost 800,000 Canadians with disabilities who are employable, but they've yet to find a job. And almost half of these, 340,000, have a post-secondary education. We know they could fill many of the jobs that are now vacant, and that's why last year our government created a panel on labour market opportunity for persons with disability. It was given a mandate to identify private sector successes and best practices in increasing labour market participation of persons with disabilities. In January of 2013, it issued a report, and it was entitled Rethinking Disability in the Private Sector. And it presents a convincing business case for hiring persons with disabilities and helped inform the measures that were announced in Economic Action Plan 2013. The budget announced an investment of $222 million per year for a new generation of labour market agreements for persons with disability. These reformed agreements, to be introduced by 2014, will be designed to give persons with disabilities more support in finding employees. And the Opportunities Fund for People with Disabilities assists people with disabilities to prepare for, to obtain, and to keep employment or to become self-employed. And our government is extending this program with ongoing funding of $40 million per year. It will also be reformed to provide more demand-driven training solutions for people with disabilities and make it more responsive to the labour market needs. So we are extending the Enabling Accessibility Fund with annual funding of $15 million to support capital costs of construction and renovations to improve physical accessibility for people with disabilities. We also announced an additional funding of $7 million for the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council, or HoC, some of which will support research related to labour market participation of people with disabilities. And in addition, the Economic Action Plan will enable the creation of the Canadian Employers Disability Forum, and that will be managed by employers for employers. The forum will continue the good work of the panel by educating employers about the best ways to attract and retain persons with disabilities. And I'm looking forward to contributing to the government's efforts to modernize the disability regime and focus on early return to work for federal civil servants. Our government's also proposing ways to meet the challenge of employment for youth, and the Minister of Finance pointed out in his budget, good choices made early on in life can help ensure that young Canadians get the skills and experience to find work quickly, avoid unnecessary debt, and get a better start to their career. Mr. Speaker, our government was elected, and we have never wavered from our commitment to strengthen the economy for all Canadians and get more people into the workforce. And our Economic Action Plan 2013 reflects our fidelity to that commitment. I believe the measures it proposes will help us close that skills gap, and it will benefit both employers and workers. And as the Canadian Chamber of Commerce said, the measures announced are a significant step forward in the federal government's attack on Canada's skills challenge. With that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to support the Budget Implementation Act. Thank you.
Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, in the Labour Minister's speech, there are a lot of words but little action. We have to note several failures linked to this government. Let me cite the $600 million accumulated in Canadian companies. But let's focus on the bragging of the government that the member for Fort McMurray Athabasca was trying to do, having people from the PBO say things. 900,000 jobs created since the end of the economic crisis. That's structural. That was something created, unless the government is harming the economy even more. So in order to have this creation of 900,000 jobs, is she going to take responsibility for the loss of 500,000 jobs during the crisis when her government was dithering? The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Speaker, I can assure you that this government does not dither. It gets on with getting the work done that needs to be done. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, the proof is in the results. Yes, we have net new jobs in Canada. Yes, our economy is doing much better than anywhere around the world. But as I said in the opening speech, Mr. Speaker, we need to continue to be prudent. We have recognized what the gap is for us. It's a skills gap. We have developed programming to help us close that skills gap. We are the party, we are the government that figures out what the issues are, develops a plan, and we execute on that plan, and we get excellent results.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I received a letter, as heritage critic, I received a letter from the Independent Media Arts Alliance, and they quote from the Canada Council. Now, the Canada Council is what they brag about putting more money into, and obviously feel that it's an effective organization. But what they say is freedom of artistic expression from control or dominance by external forces such as governments and markets. Contained within this budget is something that I would unprecedented, and the presence of the Treasury Board in the midst of all these negotiations, and the answers we get in return is, we want to be more in control of the process, even to go so far as to say about union bosses, which in fact, this puts poison to everybody, management, union alike. The idea of arm's length, which they're so quick to endorse when it's convenient for them. But this really goes against all theories of arm's length. Where did this come from? Why really is this going to be the case in this budget implementation bill? Thank you.
Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, each minister who has a Crown Corporation in their portfolio is responsible for the Crown Corporation. Indeed, the government is responsible for Crown Corporations in total, and as such, we're responsible for their fiscal management. And one of the key aspects of taking a look at Crown Corporations is the reality that we do have a significant portion of their budgets associated with human resources, and it makes prudent sense, and it makes very good sense, that we want to improve the financial viability of Crown Corporations, including compensation levels, and we're doing so by introducing this ability for the government to be able to take part in the setting of the mandate for negotiations on behalf of the Crown Corporations. It's very simple. It does not go to anything with respect to the day-to-day activities in the arts world and whatever arts endeavors are being taken on.
We have time for one short question. The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to ask the minister in particular, we know our economy is doing very well. We've heard from world leaders, we've heard from the OECD, we've heard from the IMF, from many, many countries around the world, how well our economy is doing as a result of the $45 billion Economic Action Plan and Infrastructure Stimulus Fund that this government put in place. We've seen jobs created as a result of new bridges, new roads, new community centres right across this country, in Quebec, Ontario, and Alberta. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know, and I know, and many Canadians don't know, that the NDP voted against that Economic Action Plan, and every single dollar that went into Ontario and Quebec and across the country. What would have happened, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know, if the NDP would have got their way and not had that Economic Action Plan and not created 900,000 net new jobs that we've done as this Conservative government? What would have happened to our economy?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the question from the honourable member. I can tell you what would happen in my part of the world, in Halton, my constituency. There would certainly be fewer jobs than there are right now, and there certainly would be less of an economy that there is right now. Many constituencies and many communities across this country benefited greatly from the prudent plans we've put in action to ensure that we have long-term growth, that we have economic growth, that we have prosperity, and that we continue to create the jobs. And we did it through infrastructure investment, we did it through job share, we did it through so many different programs that helped keep us moving through this recession and indeed sets us up for a very excellent future. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to follow on the heels of the speech just made by the Minister of Labour, because it gives me the opportunity to point out for anyone listening, for the country in general, that this particular piece of legislation and the recent actions of that Minister of Labour constitute nothing less than a war on Labour and the left, a war on fair wages and benefits earned over a century by free collective bargaining and trade union rights. And this particular minister has been systematically undermining the rights of workers to organize, the rights of workers to bargain collectively, and the rights of workers sometimes to withhold their services, in fact, as is their right, should their collective bargaining reach an impasse. And, Mr. Speaker, we find it again in the most egregious assault on trade union rights in the post-war era. We find it again in the parameters of this document, where they are interfering preemptively in the collective bargaining rights of Crown corporations. They, in fact, say they will dictate the terms and conditions of those working people. Mr. Speaker, I remind you, I don't think I need to remind you, that a burgeoning, well-paid middle class is the greatest strength that our economy has, and it can be traced directly to the advent and the rise of the trade union movement, who bargained fair wages and working conditions for working people all over North America. And it was America, the United States of America's, biggest folly and biggest mistake when they attacked trade unions in that country with their right-to-work legislation, with measures just like we're seeing from their neoconservative counterparts in Canada. And they diminished the rate of unionization in those states, those right-to-work states, and correspondingly, wages and working conditions cascaded and tumbled to where a good job in Georgia, North Carolina these days is $8, $10, $12 an hour with no benefits whatsoever. If that's the direction they want to go, I ask you, Mr. Speaker, in whose interest is it to drive down the wages and working conditions of Canadians? And Canadians don't need to elect a government to do that. There's market forces all over the place that seek to do that, but they're interfering with the normal market forces, the natural market forces that dictate that in a time of skill shortages, working people can command a better wage. That's the time they go to the bargaining table and say, you know what, my labor might have only been worth $20 an hour last year when there was high, there was no work. Well, there's lots of work now. And now is the time, in fact, that working people should be able to negotiate fair wages. But what did they do in my industry? Let me just talk about one example that's found in this bill, C-60, the temporary foreign workers thing. What people forget is in the last omnibus budget bill, that minister eliminated the Fair Wage Act. I mean, they hardly even noticed that. The Construction Fair Wage Act that set minimum wages for non-union construction workers at something higher than the provincial minimum wage. Well, she said, we got rid of that. Hardly anybody works under that anyways. But correspondingly, they brought in the temporary foreign worker expedited 10-day guarantee. So our labor brokers, labor pimps from around the world are now bringing crews. Labor pimps from around the world are bringing crews of construction workers to Canada under that program and getting paid 15% less than not the construction wage, but the minimum wage in that province. How does any fair employer ever compete? How does any fair contractor ever win another job if their competition is using the labor pimps that have been facilitated by this minister to undermine the whole fair tendering process? See, these are the unintended consequences, or maybe intended consequences, of rash, irresponsible legislation, Mr. Speaker, like we're seeing in these omnibus massive bills. There's no debate. That's right. There's never any time to debate any of these predictable consequences. We would have brought these things to the attention of the minister if these things ever could be debated thoroughly. Mr. Speaker, I was thinking earlier today of a poem by Allen Ginsberg called Howl, and it begins with, "I watched the best minds of my generation rot." Well, Mr. Speaker, I watched the best aspects of our parliamentary democracy be systematically undermined and assaulted and destroyed by this government. They have this idea, like a lot of neoconservative fundamentalists, that the end justifies the means, that they can throw away everything that's good and decent about our parliamentary democracy because somehow God's on their side on this one, boy, and they're going to drive this down people's throat in spite of overwhelming evidence that it's the wrong way to go. I mean, it's declaring, I saw a bumper sticker the last time I was in Washington that said, "At least the war on the middle class is going well." Well, that's what's happening here, Mr. Speaker. They have this idea that they have to ratchet down the expectations of Canadian workers by either, ordering people back to work at Canada Post at a rate lower than was negotiated with their employer, or preempting job action at Air Canada by ordering people back to work before they even went on strike, or now by stripping the collective bargaining ability away from the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people that work at Crown corporations. In whose interest is it to drive down the wages of Canadian workers? Are they out of their minds? We can look south of the border at the predictable consequences. They've destroyed their middle class there. They completely undermined all those fair wages. And Mr. Speaker, I come from the building industry. I'm an apprentice. I've served an apprenticeship as a carpenter. I've indentured literally hundreds of apprentices in my experience as the head of the Carpenters Union. We predicted skill shortages 40 or 50 years ago, for heaven's sakes, with the predictable demographics of the baby boom. It was no surprise. And a temporary foreign workers program that saturates the market with cheap foreign labor is not a human resources strategy. It is the polar opposite of a human resources strategy. It's admitting defeat. And let me give you an example, Mr. Speaker, of some of the catastrophes in that program, because I already brought it to her attention years ago. Gold River, Tassus, Vancouver Island, pulp and paper mill shut down. Terrible loss to the community. A company in China bought the pulp and paper mill, but it had to be dismantled and torn down. 80 unemployed millwrights in the town of Gold River, Tassus. 80 of them could have used one more year's work to dismantle that pulp and paper mill. No. They had to go to a labor broker, a labor pimp we call them, and bring in 80 people from South Asia to do it. And so we got the documents. We got a copy of the application that said, "Did you try to find qualified Canadians?" "Yes." "Why didn't you hire qualified Canadians?" "The cost was too high." That's what the contractor put in the documents that went to that minister's desk, and they signed off the thing and brought in these guys so that all these local people in Gold River, Tassus were locked outside the gate looking in, while a bunch of temporary foreign workers got the last few weeks of employment in their dying pulp mill, Mr. Speaker. That's an atrocity. The city of Winnipeg, the Winnipeg International Airport. I tried to go to this minister again with this complaint. Here we've got a couple of hundred unemployed carpenters in Manitoba, and we're building a brand new airport that we're all proud of. Where do you think the construction crew comes from to place all that concrete? Lebanon. Their last job was in Latvia. A bunch of Lebanese workers being shopped around by these labor pimps that go around the world with their crews, undermining the local conditions. Hundreds of unemployed carpenters in that province. Skilled work doing elevated concrete ramps with all kinds of staging and scaffolding involved, and it goes to a bunch of Lebanese workers. I got nothing against the good people of Lebanon, but they have no right to those Canadian jobs. If you need to open up the doors to immigration, you'll have no complaint from this side of the House, but you don't give those jobs away to temporary foreign workers. And God knows what conditions and terms and conditions they were getting paid by. But believe me, the local contractors can never compete with somebody that can get 40 people working at 15% lower than the minimum wage. How does a fair contractor ever win another job? And then the most recent one, the Women's Hospital, going on right now in the city of Winnipeg. The laborers and the carpenters are picking that job as we speak. Because guess what? Temporary foreign workers doing labor work. These aren't even carpenters' jobs. These are construction laborers. You can't tell me that there's not some unemployed young Aboriginal kid in a northern Manitoba reserve where the unemployment rate is 80 and 90%. You can't tell me that that kid couldn't be trained and put on that job at $20 an hour to do construction labor. Nobody's tried hard enough to place the skill shortages with the labor surpluses. It's a pathetic situation, Mr. Speaker, absolutely pathetic. Bill C-60 is full of 50-some-odd pieces of legislation that we as members of Parliament representing the people who elected us will never get a chance to give proper scrutiny and oversight to. We're being denied that right by closure again. How many times, Mr. Speaker, have they moved closure on bills? All of them. It's an easy number. I don't even need to know the number. Every single time they have a piece of legislation, they deny us the right to do due diligence, as is our obligation and duty as elected members of Parliament. I'm sick of it, Mr. Speaker. I've watched it deteriorate, and I've never seen it as bad as it is today in my 15 years as a member of Parliament. These guys are a disgrace.
Order. Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Labour. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, some things don't change, and the honourable member across the row does believe that calling people names and being very flowery in his words is actually going to matter. But what really does matter, Mr. Speaker, is actions. They speak a lot more than words. I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, to set the...
The Honourable Minister of Labour has the floor. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will say one thing, and I hope that the women on the other side of the House will listen and consider this clearly. I think it's inappropriate to utilize language associated with the sex trade in this House of Parliament to describe people who are doing different jobs around the country. I think it's nothing more than grandstanding, and I think it's nothing more than trying to grab a soundbite. I'm offended by it personally. He should know better, and the women sitting behind him should know better than to put up with that kind of nonsense as well.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
The other question that comes to mind, Mr. Speaker, is, first of all, it was robocalls, right? Fixed election. If they won their razor-thin majority by cheating, they don't actually have a mandate to govern at all. Never mind what they're doing now by abusing and undermining every institution of democracy that we hold dear. Then it was election financing fraud, and now it's using MPs' mailing privileges to carpet bomb ridings like mine, where 10 members of Parliament from Manitoba used their MP mailing privileges to carpet bomb my riding with all this stuff. But the question that comes to mind, the question I put to you, Mr. Speaker, is where did they get the lists? How did they know that my neighbor's mother only lived at their house for 4 months before she passed away? How did they send a personal addressed letter to that person's mother? How about the case where they filed their income tax from their son's address? How did they know that their income tax was mailed from...
Order. Order. I'm not sure that line of commentary is particularly related to the question that's before the House, but we'll take questions and comments, and I see there's lots of interest, so I'd ask members to keep their interventions brief. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
That the Minister of Labour referenced the fact that around training dollars for First Nations. Now I know the minister, the member from Winnipeg Centre, has a lot of knowledge around employment and the skills required for First Nations. And we know that in this country that many of First Nations youth are simply not employed. And I wonder if the member could comment on the lack of action in this particular Budget Implementation Act around providing skills and training, meaningful skills and training to First Nations.
The member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you to my colleague for Nanaimo Cowichan for that very relevant question, and I appreciate the work she has done on the file as our representative of the Aboriginal Affairs critic. The unemployment rate amongst Aboriginal youth in my province and in many places across the country can be as high as 50, 60%, 4 or 5 times higher what's already a high unemployment rate for youth. There's communities in northern Manitoba where the unemployment rate is 85 and 90%. There's a vast pool of youth between 16 and 25 that, with an opportunity, could become enter a meaningful entrance into the workforce. And when I was the head of the Carpenters Union, we did make an outreach effort to, specifically to go up and do some training in northern Manitoba, because we had hydro dams going there. And believe me, a lot of these people, a lot of the apprentices that we signed in the Aboriginal Apprenticeship Initiative found really satisfying careers in the construction industry. It's not a bad segue into the industrialized workforce, the construction of the building trades. It's hard work, and they're no strangers to hard work growing up in the north. I mean, it's the high school kids from downtown Winnipeg that have a tough time getting into the construction industry because it's hard work. These guys think it's easy money. If they spent their life on, splitting wood and hauling fish nets through in the wintertime, etc., construction's easy money. So we're missing the boat by not matching the skill shortages that everybody knows about in the construction industry and the surplus, the human resources surplus that's under our nose. And surely it's cheaper to train a kid from Puckatawagan than it is to fly them in from Lebanon or Southeast Asia or wherever these other temporary foreign workers are coming from. I mean, for God's sakes, we're spending, it's just completely counterintuitive.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon, Wanuskewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's indeed a great privilege today to speak on a good economic action plan. I don't think anybody in this House and those from our side would even say it's perfect. There are not such perfect things at this point, but in view of what we're dealing with, it's a good plan. It's a decent plan. It takes us ahead. And when we look at the comparison of what the others would offer, it's in fact probably a great plan by way of that comparison. I want to start off by first talking about some of the fiscal side, but in having said that, I think we all realize that the fiscal side right away involves the human side. And there's an integral kind of connection, coherent kind of a approach to it by way of our budget this year. So I'm going to talk about the fiscal side and then the compassionate, conservative side by way of some of the social side as well. I want to first of all note, as other members in this place already have, that this budget in a very considerable way wants to connect Canadians with available jobs. It's pretty important that we do that. Instead of just, as people say, giving the hand out, we give the hand up, because that increases human dignity, it builds people, it's a pretty important thing to be doing just from a human perspective. And so we are also, as someone has said and oft repeated in this place, teaching a person to fish, not just giving them a fish. And so by way of the Canada Skills Grant, providing some $15,000 or more per person, combining that with some provincial monies and then the employer funding as well. I met today with a rep from the Chemical Association here on the Parliament Hill, and he was commending this particular aspect or feature of what's being done here. Because for their industry, it's pretty important to be able to increase and bring people from apprenticeship to journeyman, and he sees this as a very important way of doing that by way of the Canada Skills Grant. Also, in the strengthening of the apprentice system, and his remarks as well, growing out of this Canada Skills Grant, it will do that. It will make it easier to get the needed experience for journeyman status, and of course, in terms of expanding the pie, that's a pretty necessary thing. If we're just looking at status quo and we don't need any more journeymen because we're not figuring to advance and progress and expand beyond our borders, then of course some would say there's going to be some fights over journeymen and more journeymen coming on. But no, we're looking beyond. We realize that to, in fact, hold our own, we need to do that. We need to have a strengthened apprenticeship system. So supporting those job opportunities as well, providing tools to persons with disabilities, an often unlooked part of the labour force when we're wanting to bring people on stream and have the opportunities that others do. Our youth, always getting that first job, is a pretty important thing. So Aboriginals, in my province of Saskatchewan, a very burgeoning birth rate among the Aboriginal people. And many of these young people deserve jobs, as does any other Canadian, and that'll be the future workforce in the province of Saskatchewan in a big way, and particularly up in the resource sector up in the north, where there's high-paying jobs close to their home communities, close to these First Nations settlements, and that'll be a great thing so they can stay even closer to family and have good-paying jobs to support themselves and their families and others as well. And also the matter of helping recent immigrants to find a job. When we allow them into our country, we bring them here, as most of us are immigrants in some fashion, we might say. We also need to provide more than just a promise of a dream and a better tomorrow, a bright future, but by putting some actual steps to it and supporting them in the job opportunities so we can fill the labor need shortages and have the economy carry on because of that. So those are some of the initial things that strike me as really important in our budget, connecting Canadians with available jobs in parts of the country, Saskatchewan, my own home province, where there's a great deal of prosperity and success these days. There is a labor shortage. And so for those reasons, this really strikes to my heart because of the need in my own backyard, my own riding of Saskatoon-Wanuskewin, where we've seen 15% growth over the last few years, some census indications and change for boundaries and so on. But because of that, we need to be sure that we're filling those needs, and the labor market needs to respond to that. Also, the long-term infrastructure plan, I think, is a wise thing. There's things that the private sector should be doing, can be doing in terms of some things, but in terms of infrastructure, critical infrastructure things, there's the vital role that government can play, and so we have as well a new long-term infrastructure plan, over $70 billion over 10 years for a new Building Canada plan. Some of these figures have been cited before, $32.2 billion over 10 years for a community improvement fund, $14 billion for a new Building Canada fund, $1.25 billion for the renewal of the P3 Canada, and $6 billion under current infrastructure programs for provinces, territories, and municipalities in 2014 and 15 and beyond. The matter of investing in world-class research and innovation, so we can take it direct then into the workplace as well, I think is pretty crucial. We're doing that by way of advanced research support, supporting business innovation, and enhancing Canada's venture capital system. I'm going to talk in a few moments about the support for families and communities in our budget, and also about helping businesses succeed, small business, the heart and the engine of the economy, but medium-sized and larger-sized business as well, and some of the things we've done there. Providing the tax relief for manufacturers, helping small business expand with the $225 million to extend and expand the temporary hiring credit for small businesses for 1 year, increasing the lifetime capital gains exemption, $110 million over 5 years, increasing that by increasing the lifetime capital gains exemption to $800,000 for small business owners, farmers, fishers, and indexing that new limit to inflation going forward, and supporting mining exploration, which Canada has a great deal of natural resources, so we need to key in and capitalize on that. I want to read a little bit of an email and something sent to me by one of my good constituents, a lady in Blaine Lake, Saskatchewan, and she makes the point in this story, a good argument against socialism. We need to continually fight back about that for the good of all Canadians. And she says, a previous Prime Minister of Canada, Mr. John Diefenbaker, once said that the poor cannot be helped by pulling down the rich. And the middle class and the rich people have the businesses, she says, she's a business lady herself, that need people to keep them viable, thus providing them with a living to support their families and communities. These middle class and rich people often encourage employees to begin their own businesses, thus ensuring the cycle will continue. And I personally have seen that happen in my lifetime. She says, when governments decide to enter the realm of business, it takes tax dollars to keep the businesses going. We've been down this road before during the time of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, she says. And she lived through that era, and she says it was a disaster. So this from a good constituent up in Blaine Lake, and she sends to me an article called "Is This Man a Genius?" And it's about the follies and the problems of socialism. Mr. Martin, the member, and others probably have heard this. So, is this man a genius? An economics professor at a local college made a statement that he had never failed a single student before, but had recently failed an entire class. That class had insisted that socialism worked and that no one would be poor and no one would be rich, a great equalizer. The professor then said, okay, we'll have an experiment in this class on socialism's plan. All grades will be averaged and everyone will receive the same grades, so no one will fail, no one will receive an A. Substituting grades for dollars, something closer to home, more readily understood by all. So after the first test, the grades were averaged, everyone got a B. The students who studied hard were upset, the students who studied little were happy. As the second test rolled around, the students who studied hard had studied even less, and the ones who studied hard decided they wanted a free ride too, so they studied little. The second test average was a D. No one was happy. When the third test rolled around, an average was an F. As the test proceeded, the scores never increased, as bickering, blame, and name-calling all resulted in hard feelings, and no one would study for the benefit of anyone. To their great surprise, all failed, and the professor told them that socialism would also ultimately fail, because when the reward is great, the effort to succeed is great. When government takes all the reward away, no one will try or want to succeed. And those are probably the 5 best sentences you'll ever read and apply, and all applicable to this particular experiment. You can't legislate the poor into prosperity by legislating the wealthy out of prosperity. What one person receives without working for, another person must work for without receiving. The government cannot give to anybody anything that the government does not first take from somebody else. You cannot multiply wealth by dividing it. And when half of the people get the idea that they do not have to work because the other half is going to take care of them, and when the other half gets the idea that it does no good to work because somebody else is going to get what they work for, that is the beginning of the end of a nation. And God forbid we would ever come to that, and the NDP plan proposal seems to be pretty much that line. I think I'll have to kind of address some of the other things in my questions following, so I'm looking forward to that at this juncture, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is to the extent to which we see that a party just has ideological tendencies. There's no content. I'd like to talk about the content. So what we're supposed to be talking about, in other words, today, the Conservatives have great messages, but they don't take action. And this is what we see once again in this budget. I'd like to take the example of tax evasion. For often we hear from the Conservative Party members that we have to fight to counter tax evasion and then bring the money back here. And yet there is nothing in this budget. There are cuts to the Canada Revenue Agency, in fact. So how can we fight against tax evasion if we're cutting resources?
Saskatoon, Wanuskewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk about the few measures in the budget that, in fact, help families evade taxes, seniors evade taxes. I think there's some very good things along that line. And in supporting families, we've enhanced the adoption expense tax credit to better recognize those unique costs so that there's some evasion of tax that way. Certainly expanding tax relief for home care services to include personal care services for those who, due to age, infirmity, or disability, require assistance at home, enhancing the funeral and burial program for Canadian veterans, supporting palliative care services, combating family violence. These are some of the good initiatives in the budget that help people to pay less tax, and that's always a good thing for Canadians.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I must say that my colleague had given a speech, and I would invite him to read the multimillionaire Warren Buffett, who published a letter in the New York Times in early February to talk about how the world really worked. He should read it instead of the caricature that he gave in his speech. I would like to come back to the reality now, because in the beginning of the year, during a reception at the Port of Quebec, a businessman from the region, I must say that in the Quebec City region, it's going well 5% unemployment. It's a very dynamic region, like the prairie provinces are as well. And this businessman told me, well, listen, what the business sector needs is recognition from the public powers, Mr. Speaker. It's incredible after 7 years of Conservative government that the business community can feel that it's neglected and ignored by the Conservative government. So I'd like to bring him now to a real question with regard to the $600 billion in Canadian companies following the actions of this government. Very bad decisions. It represents about $25,000 per Canadian family in money that does not create jobs, that doesn't help to improve the competitiveness of our Canadian industries here in Canada and elsewhere in the world. What are the comments on this?
Member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Well, for sure, Mr. Speaker, we've done some great things for businesses, and I talk to businesses all the time that commend us for the kinds of things that we have done in respect to them and helping them succeed and grow our global economy. And within the budget documents, which I think they have received as well, to my knowledge, they would have in French and English. And there we talk in terms of the budget initiative of providing tax relief to manufacturers, some $1.4 billion in tax relief through a 2-year extension of the temporary accelerated capital cost allowance for new machinery and equipment. Small businesses are pretty impressed with the fact of the small business helping small business expand by way of extending and expanding the temporary hiring credit for businesses for up to 1 year and increasing the lifetime capital gains exemption. That's a huge thing that's supported by the business community as well. And when we have that kind of thing where for manufacturers, for business, for small business and so on, there's an opportunity to expand. It actually means jobs. The NDP need to understand that. Jobs, which then give people the opportunity to support their families. It builds a person. It actually builds an individual because they have the dignity of a job, and that's what we have tried to do as a keynote throughout this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I recognize the honourable member for Chatham-Kent Essex on resuming debate, I'll just let him know we've only got about 2 minutes left before the interruption, but he can get underway at least, and he'll have, of course, the remaining time when the House gets back to business on this question. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Essex.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this opportunity to speak on the budget implementation, creating jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for Canadians. And I have, but as you mentioned, just a couple minutes to introduce my speech, and I thought I might do that in way of possibly just giving a little history lesson, talking about what has happened in the past and where we are today and why this bill is so significant and why this has been a process rather than just another budget. If we look back in 2009, that was at the time when we experienced the meltdown, the global meltdown that we all remember and is so vivid in our memory. And we call it a recession. In some places of the world, they call it a depression. It's definitely the worst thing that has happened to our economics here in this country and across the world since the Great Depression. And so at the time in 2009, our government introduced Canada's Economic Action Plan in response to the near global collapse that took place. And this plan sought to stabilize Canadian markets and restore financial security and stability. Mr. Speaker, you've indicated I have 1 minute, so I will not be able to go through my whole history lesson, but I will continue on and say that the International Monetary Fund urged that all countries in position to do so inject fiscal stimulus of 2% of gross domestic product to reduce the effects of a damaging recession. Of course, this meant deficit spending and over a period of time until the markets returned to normal, and Canada was part of that. We had made some important decisions and some right decisions in the past. Since 2006, for instance, the average family of four pays $3,400 less in taxes than they did previously. Today, we spend that, and that's a result of what action was taken in 2006. Mr. Speaker, you're indicating that my time is up. I will pick up where I've left off again on Monday, and at that time, we'll just thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Essex will have 8 minutes remaining for his remarks when the House next returns to the question.
Now, it being 1:30 p.m. The House will now turn to private members' business according to the order indicated on the order paper today. Orders of the day.
Resuming debate at second reading on Bill C-460, Sodium Reduction Strategy for Canada Act, standing in the name of Ms. Davies.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. World Salt Awareness Week falls between March 11th and March 17th. But unlike last year, there does not appear to be a record on Health Canada's website of the Minister of Health issuing a statement on the importance of reducing salt in the diet of Canadians, perhaps because of fear of potential blowback for the Conservative government's killing this important bill, which implements the recommendations of the previous Conservative Health Minister's Sodium Working Group. Mr. Speaker, the minister's reason for killing the bill, wait for it, not a $21 billion tax, but a $48 billion tax. Perhaps the government would be good enough to table for all members of this House who did the calculations for the tax, the method that was used, and the results obtained. Perhaps at the same time the government would also table the health costs of chronic diseases which are linked to consuming too much salt. Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote from the Minister of Health's statement on salt last year. Quote, on average, we eat more than double the amount we need for good health. It is important for Canadians to remember that consuming too much sodium is a risk factor for high blood pressure, heart disease, and stroke, and is also linked to other diseases such as stomach cancer, osteoporosis, and kidney disease, end of quote. She continued, quote, as Minister of Health, I want to help Canadians avoid these health risks by promoting the adoption of a healthy diet that is low in sodium. Mr. Speaker, so it is clear that the minister understands the problem, yet thinks it's funny to say the bill is, quote, tough on potato chips. Not funny to a family struggling to control blood pressure. Not funny to a family battling heart disease or stroke. More distasteful still is the fact that once again she is prepared to put industry before the health of Canadians. Specifically, the minister is refusing to reduce the average sodium intake from about 3,400 milligrams per person per day to 2,300 milligrams by 2016. Health Canada's own recommended daily intake level for sodium is just 1,500 milligrams. The minister's own sodium working group estimated that a decrease in the average sodium intake to about 1,800 milligrams per day, still above Health Canada's recommendation, would prevent 23,500 cardiovascular disease events every year and would save $1.4 billion per year in healthcare costs. The Minister of Health is also refusing a consumer education campaign, a monitoring plan, and public database to track if individual food products meet specific reduction targets, new regulations to force companies to use uniform serving sizes in the nutritional facts on food. Mr. Speaker, why did this health minister disband the sodium working group at the end of 2010? Why did the minister fail to endorse a federal-provincial sodium reduction plan at the health ministers' meeting in Halifax in November 2011? Why is this minister ignoring the overwhelming scientific evidence? The reality is that this private member's bill is supported by the Canadian Medical Association and 40 other groups and experts, including the Canadian Institute for Child Health, Canadian Nurses Association, Canadian Pharmacists Association, Canadian Public Health Association, Canadian Society of Internal Medicine, Canadian Women's Health Network, Dietitians of Canada, Food Secure Canada, Hypertension Canada, Kidney Foundation of Canada, and Public Health Physicians of Canada. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Medical Association has said, quote, the Sodium Reduction Strategy for Canada Act is an important piece of legislation that can lead to healthier lives for all Canadians, and we urge all members of Parliament to support it. The Canadian Medical Association has also very clearly said, quote, Canadians consume, on average, 3,400 milligrams of sodium daily. well above recommended levels. High sodium levels in food are responsible for almost 1/3 of hypertension cases in Canada. Hypertension is a major cause of heart disease, heart attack and heart failure, stroke and kidney failure, and it is an important contributor to premature death, disability, and health care costs in Canada. It is estimated that 7.5 million Canadians have been diagnosed with this chronic condition, with an estimated 1,100 new patients being added every day, end of quote. Dr. Norm Campbell, who is the Canadian Institutes for Health Research Chair in Hypertension and Prevention and Control, has said, quote, "The bill provides concrete measures for reducing the amount of salt food processors add to food. The measures proposed in the bill include close government monitoring and oversight and mandatory labeling of foods that fail to comply with sodium targets. If passed, Bill C-460 will, for the first time, provide Canadians an opportunity to even know if they are even making a healthy or unhealthy food choice." Mr. Speaker, Canadians should be asking broader questions. Why did this minister quash trans fat recommendations in 2009 and again in 2012? Why did she ignore the advice regarding caffeinated energy drinks? Why did the minister immediately shoot down the idea of the Institute of Medicine's report, sponsored by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, calling for a fundamental shift in the way companies are allowed to present certain nutrition information on the front of food packages? Where is the leadership? Mr. Speaker, it is outrageous that this government would resort to invoking fear in Canadians to kill this bill. From a government member we heard, quote, "The bill would pose many challenges. While unintentional, implementing the bill may potentially have negative impacts on food safety and health. I repeat, negative impacts on food safety and health," end of quote. Suggesting that reducing salt and sodium-containing food additives to levels still higher than Health Canada's own recommended limits may affect preservation. The member did not stop here, saying, quote, "The bill simply does not anticipate the food safety consequences that this could create," end of quote. Mr. Speaker, equally ludicrous is the government's argument that a warning label for sodium could be very misleading to Canadians, even though the government's own approach has been to encourage healthy eating through positive messaging, awareness, and education activities. Mr. Speaker, I would like to finish by bringing some reality to the government's position and arguments. On average, adult Canadians consume about 3,400 milligrams of sodium per day. This is significantly above recommended levels. Health Canada and the U.S. National Academy of Sciences have determined that the tolerable upper intake level for adults is 2,300 milligrams of sodium per day. Mr. Speaker, most of the sodium Canadians consume, 77%, comes from processed food sold in grocery stores and in food service outlets. Only about 11% is added during preparation at the table, with the remainder occurring naturally in foods, hence showing the fundamental flaw in the parliamentary secretary's comments regarding a salt shaker. Mr. Speaker, in some people, too much sodium causes blood pressure to rise. High blood pressure increases risk for heart disease and stroke. About 6 million adult Canadians have high blood pressure or hypertension, the leading risk for death in the world and #1 risk factor for stroke and a major risk factor for heart disease. It has been estimated that excess sodium intake is responsible for 1 million hypertension cases in Canada today. Dietary sodium reduction could eliminate hypertension for over 1 million Canadians, with a resulting savings of at least $430 million annually in direct high blood pressure management costs alone. Mr. Speaker, a recent study in the United States shows reducing salt intake by 3 grams per day would save the country up to $24 billion in health care costs a year. Even a modest reduction of 1 gram per day between 2010 and 2019 would be more cost-effective than using medications to lower blood pressure in people with high blood pressure. Mr. Speaker, isn't it time Canada's health minister acted, not ignored experts, and stonewalled? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Minister of Health ate all bran this morning, she ate 6 times more salt than if her bowl had been filled in the United States. Tonight, if the Minister of Health stops in a Burger King, and I don't recommend that she does, she would eat onion rings that have 10 times more salt than in the States again. Why? Because Canada's rules and regulations are far from sufficient in terms of sodium. The Minister of Health affirmed that my party was soft on crime and hard on chips. But according to Statistics Canada, there were 558 serious cases related to salt. If we brought it down to over a 1.5 gram decrease would result in 10,000 fewer deaths per year. So, of course, we could let people eat chips in prison, but the Conservatives would really be asked to and required to reevaluate their approach. This is exactly what Bill C-460 proposes, is to be more reasonable. If the Conservatives care about Canadians' health, I hope that they're going to support this bill. The Minister of Health accuses us, furthermore, of wanting to add red tape to the bureaucracy, but Mr. Speaker, I wonder how a government that loses track of $3 billion in terms of their fight against terrorism can deny the importance of having a strict regulatory framework. This isn't an issue of multiplying bureaucratic levels, but of saving lives and allowing Canadians to remain longer with those they love. $3 billion. The Conservatives are able of losing this in the folds of the sofa, but it's exactly the amount that Canada would save if we reduced the consumption of sodium by 1,500 milligrams a day. So there will be no point in cutting back on people's retirement if you cut back on health services, on healthcare services. Canadians have to work longer and longer to be able to make ends meet, particularly because of the government's ill-considered cuts, the Conservatives' cuts to our economy. They'll have to eat salt in restaurants, in frozen foods at the cafeteria, all prepared foods that we buy, processed foods that we buy because we don't have time to cook, and it's all saturated in salt. It would be easier and less costly to force businesses to say what the level of sodium is in their products. And that's exactly what this bill is going to do, or is intended to do. This would have a beneficial effect on the market. This bill is totally sensible. It doesn't flow from an ideological or political agenda, but from someone who's a specialist in this field. Having a sodium reduction strategy comes out of the work of a group done in 2007, and which was taken apart, or dismantled rather, by this minister in 2011. The minister should have known that this strategy would be supported by the provinces, territories, and health organizations. At some point in time, we have to stop cutting everywhere and do things that the government is elected to do, which is to help its citizens. And what people are asking us for now is for a tough policy to force businesses to reduce their sodium levels and to inform customers and consumers of what the levels are. 75% of Canadians want better labels to show what the sodium levels are. That, Mr. Speaker, is almost 2 times as many people as the number who elected the Conservatives in the last election. So a majority of Canadians agree that government intervention is necessary on this issue in order to reduce the sodium levels in our food. It's sometimes comical to realize how the Conservatives are hiding behind their ideological ideas when they don't want to disturb the agri-food industry, and how they put all of the force of the state behind their efforts to go after the unemployed. So they're tough on people and soft on industry. Canadians aren't fools. They are asking for what's done elsewhere and what is recommended by all of the health authorities. Finland is a good example because it regulates consumption and has done since 1979. Through proper labeling, they've managed to convince many businesses to reduce the sodium levels of their products, and they've allowed the people to become much more aware. The result is that the daily intake of sodium has gone from 5,000 milligrams to 3,300 a day. And that was in 1979. Since 2004, the WHO has issued several reports and has devoted a lot of time to trying to reduce sodium. In 2010, the WHO met with the government, but obviously they didn't get the attention they were seeking. The rapporteur of the UN on food, Olivier de Châtel, has criticized Canada following his visit here in 2012. In his opinion, Canada's not taking sufficient steps to discourage the consumption of saturated fats and of sodium. And he even added that it was unfortunate that Quebec was the only province to ban publicity targeting children under the age of 13. And what did the Prime Minister say? He said, oh yes, this man, he said, was intellectually lazy and that his conclusions were ridiculous. So, having mocked our multilateral authorities we work with, and by refusing to hear what Canadians want, the Conservatives risk finding themselves alone in their little ideological universe. We have to put an end to the kind of governance they've offered and start having a democratic government that works. And that's why I invite all of the members across the way to support Bill C-460 that will finally allow Canada to show some leadership in the fight against sodium consumption. And in conclusion, I'd like to remind that malnutrition causes over 50,000 deaths per year. That's many more than on our highways. After the fight against tobacco, the fight against sodium consumption is the best and easiest way to avoid deaths in this country. And I say avoidable deaths. Our brothers, our sisters, mothers, fathers, children, and even grandparents will all have more pleasant and longer lives if this is implemented. That's what people expect from this House, and they don't deserve any less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-460, which is the opposition's bill to implement a sodium registry. I'm also pleased to speak to our government's efforts, which are already starting to work, to address sodium reduction, as it is an important issue to all Canadians. Our government is fully committed to working with our stakeholders to reduce the average amount of sodium that Canadians consume. However, we cannot support the heavy-handed approach to sodium reduction as proposed in Bill C-460. Their approach to sodium reduction creates unnecessary red tape, and additional financial costs to taxpayers, and may also result in unintended risks in food safety. I'll be walking you through some of the highlights of how the measures proposed in this bill compare to the actual recommendations of the Sodium Working Group and to the actions our government has taken with respect to sodium reduction. I think that it is important to highlight that the Sodium Working Group's recommendations were pan-Canadian recommendations. Pan-Canadian in this context means the recommendations were addressed to all levels of government and even to individuals. Mr. Speaker, I would point out that Bill C-460 has excluded the province of Quebec. As was highlighted in the first hour of debate in this bill, it would seem rather impractical and costly to try to impose mandatory labelling requirements on food industry to only selected parts of the country. This side of the House wonders why it is only Quebec that has spared the heavy-handed provisions of this bill. If Quebec would benefit from an exemption from the bill, why not the rest of Canada? The experts did not recommend that Quebec be exempted. They recommended a pan-Canadian approach, which is what our government is pursuing. The experts also recommended a voluntary approach. The call for mandatory compliance with the guidance levels as described in the bill stands in direct contrast to the Working Group's recommendations. Mr. Speaker, a voluntary approach is what we have in place now with the guidance for the food industry on reducing sodium in processed foods. The guidance provides direction to the food industry to continue with the sodium reduction efforts and help Canadians lower their average sodium intake. The guidance, which provides specific benchmark levels for over 100 categories of processed foods, directly supports one of the Working Group's core recommendations, and that was to reduce the average amount of sodium consumed by Canadians from 3,400 milligrams per day to 2,300 milligrams per day by 2016. Our government, along with provincial and territorial governments, endorsed this recommendation back in September 2010. The bill also proposes that consumers be alerted through additional mandatory labels on packaged foods with sodium content that is above quote-unquote target levels. Again, this was not one of the recommendations of the Working Group, and for good reason. By focusing on a warning label just for sodium, Canadians could be misled into believing that sodium is the only nutrient about which they need to be educated. It is overall diets that have the greatest impacts on health, not any one food or nutrient. Mr. Speaker, this government has developed a number of tools to help Canadians make informed decisions about the foods they eat. This includes mandatory nutrition labeling for most packaged foods. There are also set criteria for phrases such as low in sodium, salt-free, and reduced in sodium. These phrases can be used on food labels to help consumers identify foods that are lower in sodium. Our government has invested $4 million for new activities as part of the Healthy Eating and Awareness Initiative. The goal is to help Canadians move towards healthier diets, which includes supporting them in reducing sodium intake. The Sodium Working Group recognized the importance of engaging all stakeholders, as does our government. This bill, however, has overlooked this critical component of a strong sodium reduction strategy. Governments, Canadians, and industry have important roles to play. This bill proposes the establishment of an independent sodium reduction committee, but excludes the food industry from the committee. Mr. Speaker, this exemption would limit the success of activities already in progress and undermines the spirit of the Working Group's recommendations. What we currently have in place is the Food Expert Advisory Committee. This committee has been extended to ad hoc members with expertise in areas of sodium to provide advice to this government on sodium issues. Members include some from the former Sodium Working Group, as well as some new experts. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the bill proposes that industry be required to report the sodium content in prepackaged food so that a public registry of this information could be established and maintained. We've heard of registries before, Mr. Speaker. As has been previously stated, this registry would be ineffective. The cost to taxpayers to implement these measures would be significant. Maintaining a public registry for the 100,000 prepackaged food products sold in Canada would require considerable new resources and additional regulations and red tape. Again, this bill's proposed sodium registry was not recommended by the Sodium Working Group. Before I summarize, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to point out that Budget 2012, which both opposition parties voted against, contained measures which were, in fact, recommended by the Working Group and the Red Tape Reduction Committee. Both called for a streamlined approval for food additives, and Budget 2012 delivered. I point out that the opposition did not support those proposals. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to summarize. The bill unnecessarily regulates mandatory sodium limits in prepackaged food. This is not consistent with the Working Group's recommendation. This government is advancing a voluntary approach to sodium reduction, just as the Working Group recommended. The bill calls for misleading warning labels on foods that exceed sodium limits. This is not one of the sodium reduction strategy recommendations. This government will continue to take into account the full diet of Canadians in its approach to nutrition labeling and awareness and education initiatives so that Canadians can make informed choices about the food they eat. Mr. Speaker, I and my family read food labels all the time. And I know it's simple to say, but it may be tough to do, but if Canadians would simply take that one step before they put something in the shopping cart, we could avoid the necessity for bills such as these proposals. The bill would legislate the creation of an advisory committee that excludes the food industry. This is not in line with the sodium reduction strategy recommendations to take a multi-stakeholder approach. This government will continue to seek the expertise of all stakeholders regarding sodium reduction initiatives. If this bill is, in fact, as the opposition claims, to support the recommendations of the Sodium Working Group, it has failed to meet that objective. It took a team of stakeholders nearly 3 years to develop the sodium reduction strategy for Canada. We are making progress, but time is needed to reach our sodium reduction goals. That is why provincial and territorial health ministers agreed to a 2016 deadline. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this bill. It is not consistent with what the experts have recommended. It increases costs for Canadians, red tape for industry, and its heavy-handed proposal for a wasteful and ineffective sodium registry, just like other wasteful and ineffective registries that we have finally taken off Canadians' backs. It is unnecessary, Mr. Speaker, because our approach is working. My hope is that all members of this House will continue to work with our government on this important file. We will continue to work collaboratively with stakeholders to reduce sodium intake of Canadians by increasing education, awareness, and guidance to industry. We believe it's the balanced approach that will deliver results. Thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to celebrate the second anniversary of our election here to the House. I would like to congratulate my 4 assistants for their wonderful work over these last 2 years. Thank you. Today, I'm very pleased to be able to rise in the House in order to discuss Bill C-460 on the implementation of a national sodium reduction strategy. This is near and dear to my heart. I would like to say at the outset that foods that are high in sodium levels are the health crisis of the 21st century. This strategy would allow for the prevention of many unnecessary deaths. The government must attack the overconsumption of sodium, just as it did for people who were drunk driving and for the use of tobacco. It's critical to bring the sodium level of foods back to a safe level, to improve labeling of foods, to protect our children from misleading marketing of foods, to ensure that no public funds are used to pay for foods that are high in sodium levels, and particularly to show some leadership and make Canada a leader in this industry. Mr. Speaker, this is a very dangerous crisis. It is the primary cause of cardiovascular disease in Canada. Without taking into effect the disastrous effect of this condition on people struggling with serious illnesses like stomach cancer, osteoporosis, asthma, obesity, and kidney disease. We aren't spending time, money, and human resources on dealing with these foods that this sodium has such a negative effect on. These same resources are used for research and to deal with childhood illnesses, congenital diseases, and cardiac malformations. If this were to be adopted, this would decrease Canadians' sodium consumption, and it would help Canadians to make more healthy choices. By reducing consumption levels of sodium of Canadians to 1,800 milligrams per day, we could prevent 24,000 cardiovascular problems per year, and we could avoid 10,000 to 16,000 deaths per year. Mr. Speaker, this government has demonstrated over the last few years that they were particularly obsessed by the economy. Well, a reduced consumption of sodium will allow for savings of $1 billion per year. Decreasing it by 1,500 milligrams per day would allow for significant savings in healthcare services.
$2.99 billion could be saved. That's almost $3 billion. That's significant. Indeed, another $3 billion lost that the Conservatives could find again. But we're used to that, losing billions of dollars under the Conservatives. What is the government waiting for to implement a strategy that could save billions of dollars and especially save thousands of lives? We have a choice, but we have to make the right choice, and we have to make it now. As I repeat, overconsumption of sodium is a serious public health concern. It's too important not to do anything about it because it could save lives. Legislation is needed to change behaviors. Take safety belts. When seat belts became compulsory in 1976, fatal accidents were reduced by 43%. Mentalities don't change quickly, and sometimes the government must take measures to force changes in mentalities in the name of health and public safety. Take drunk driving laws or anti-tobacco legislation. Prevention is no longer sufficient. The government has been advocating this approach for years, and it has been a total failure. It's a failure for two reasons. First of all, it's very hard for Canadians to figure out the content of foods they buy and make healthy choices. On the other hand, food companies refuse to change their production methods. Right now, producers are asked to reduce the amount of salt voluntarily. That is not effective at all because the food industry does not control that. They continue to say that these targets are unattainable. They fear that consumers who are used to the taste of salt will buy something else, and we understand their concerns. Manufacturers want to stay competitive at all costs. The food industry claims that it's impossible to reduce the sodium levels, saying that it's a matter of food safety. That argument makes no sense. The rate of sodium in fast food chains varies from country to country. Why? Because the food industry got Canadian consumers used to far more salty products than in other countries. So I don't see any reason why we can't reverse that trend. The fears of companies are unfounded. Consumers can adapt to the taste of less salty foods, and it's up to the government to force this change. The absence of legislation that constrains the food industry also affects consumers. Making healthy choices is increasingly difficult. A dietitian in a hospital near my riding, I discussed this with two of them, in fact, confirmed that trend. They told me that every day they met patients who need a low-sodium diet, especially people with cardiac insufficiency, liver disease, kidney disease, diabetes, and hypertension. In all these cases, low-sodium diets are essential for an effective treatment of the disease. These nutritionists were telling me that their role was to teach people how to reduce sodium consumption while targeting high-sodium foods and suggesting alternatives. 80% of the food that we eat that's too salty is processed. It doesn't come from the salt shaker on the table. There is a difficulty in making these healthy choices, and this is especially true for seniors and sick people. They don't cook much because of their health conditions. They often have to use processed foods. The health of these people declines even further, and the costs for our healthcare system increase. Even for very healthy people with a healthy diet, it's very easy to go over the recommended daily intake. That's why the government has a role to play. Only legislation imposing limits on the amount of sodium in processed foods will have the desired effect. Mr. Speaker, this government is failing to show leadership on this issue. Why did the Minister of Health dismantle the task force on sodium? That's incomprehensible, Mr. Speaker. The inaction of this government forced the provinces and territories to take the bull by the horns and create their own sodium reduction strategy. This Conservative government has to stop playing ostrich. The Department of Health Act says that Health Canada is responsible for the protection of the public against health risks. The overconsumption of sodium is certainly a sufficient risk for consumers. Aren't cardiovascular diseases sufficient risk for consumers? Or the billion-dollar costs? Aren't they a sufficient risk for consumers? Well, no. They're already in the hole for $29 billion, and nobody knows what happened to that. So instead of cutting back all kinds of programs that are dear to all Canadians, and they do this every time they table a budget that we can't even talk about properly, the government should have legislation that would really lead to economies of scale, not to mention all the lives that could be saved. We have here a public health issue that is major. I would even say that this is a crisis in food safety. High-sodium foods are poisoning Canadians, and we have to figure out a strategy that could put a stop to that trend. Think of the health of our children, the billions of dollars that our lack of action is costing our healthcare system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues for that warm reception for this speech. I've listened intently, and I find it very interesting that we're going to set up a sodium control mechanism by registering the amount of sodium that goes in foods. I'm just wondering, the next thing we're going to have trigger locks on all of our salt shakers on the tables. They want to have a sodium registry, but they want to decriminalize marijuana, and they talk about health issues with sodium, but have they thought about the other issues that they bring forward? It seems that they're sucking and blowing at the same time with relation to many of the policies that they're behind. Mr. Speaker, it just does not seem to fit. In fact, I'm wondering what's going to happen next after they control the amount of sodium that goes into products. Instead of just providing information and education, maybe they're going to throw people in jail for testing too high on salt. Maybe we're going to have lineups for people being tested for salt. I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker. I just don't know where this ends. The control mechanism that they want to make on consumers, it clearly indicates the disrespect they have for taxpayers and Canadians alike, in that they think that they can't make their own decision based upon proper information. Now, we know, Mr. Speaker, for instance, that on processed foods, it is required to list the amount of sodium, the amount of salt that is contained within that particular product. So consumers can go along and they can pick up a can when they're buying their groceries, and they can say, well, how much sodium does this take? And if I have a sodium issue, then I can control the amount of sodium I take by having education. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you know, most Canadians read. In fact, just about all Canadians read and have that ability to read a label. But, Mr. Speaker, they want to set up this mechanism, this highly regulated and expensive Canadian government registry that is going to have all of these products, Mr. Speaker, on the list and the amount of sodium they have. Now, what are people going to do? Every time they want to go and get a processed product, a bag of chips from the grocery store, they're going to have to run home and check the computer or take it with them? Are they trying to create more money for large mobile cell phone companies? I'm really not sure where they're coming from, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I clearly think this is a disrespectful model to follow. It's wasteful and ineffective and will simply not work. I would like to begin really by reiterating the work that this government is doing to address sodium intake in Canada, because it is a serious concern, Mr. Speaker, but when they say that it's going to lower health costs, and yet they want to decriminalize something like smoking marijuana that would have such a high health cost to consumers, Mr. Speaker, it just does not make sense that they would take that position. I would like to talk about what the Canadian government is doing, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the sodium working group that my friend talked about, they recommended that the government take a voluntary multi-stakeholder approach to reducing the amount of sodium found in foods in the Canadian market. And I agree, Mr. Speaker, because you know what? Canadians are smart. Canadians can feel their health. They see their doctors. We have a good medical system in this country. It does need some work, like most things, Mr. Speaker. But one thing that doesn't need more work is a sodium registry. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, this would not be good for Canadians, and as I said, I think it disrespects Canadians and certainly disrespects a independent working group that was set up to find some solutions to this issue. Mr. Speaker, the government recognized the need for this comprehensive approach by setting up this group, and they acknowledge that the roles of industry, the roles of government, and Canadians must work together in reducing sodium consumption. But we must not do so through some draconian methodology that is going to, frankly, be very expensive and accomplish nothing except for penalize companies and consumers for that. Mr. Speaker, in particular, I'd like to talk about the 90-day coming into force program. Now, I know that many people in this place have not been commercial printers, but I can promise you the 90-day coming in force regime would not even enable companies to change the labeling fast enough if they were to reduce the amount of sodium in there. It wouldn't allow them to be able to change the product, Mr. Speaker. These are products that they've spent many years on in putting the perfect ingredients in as they see it and consumers demand. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, sodium is used for a preservative for some of these products. So what are we going to have? A 90-day coming into force? What we're going to find, Mr. Speaker, if they have their way, and if they were in government, they would have their way, we're going to find that there's going to be nothing on the shelves, Mr. Speaker, and that's what they want to do. They want to control consumers' life. They want to drive up costs, drive up tax-paying costs, and frankly disrespect Canadians through this. We have established this voluntary approach, Mr. Speaker, and it focuses on three main pillars. The first is awareness and education for consumers. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, I think it's clear that the Conservative government respects Canadians and respects the ability for Canadians to make proper choices. Secondly, to provide guidance to the industry to reduce sodium in processed foods, Mr. Speaker, and as I said, a voluntary approach, but at the same time one that will make changes. We've seen this work in other areas. We've seen this work in the transportation industry. We've seen this work in consumer groups and the food safety issues. It does work, Mr. Speaker, and it works in such a way that they have an opportunity to do so in a consumer-minded and commercial-minded approach that makes sense, Mr. Speaker, and doesn't shut them down and take all of these processed foods off of the store shelves. And the third, Mr. Speaker, is proper research. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, this government has done a lot of investment in research and development, not just in the aerospace industry, not just in the transportation industry, not just in the criminal situation, Mr. Speaker, where we need to make sure that we have proper laws that aren't too draconian but send criminals to jail because they've done wrong things, Mr. Speaker, and the public needs protection. But research is very important, especially in food safety and also in looking at consumers and consumers' patterns of eating, especially Canadians, Mr. Speaker, because we are a little different. We have the north, the far north, and we have some other areas that frankly need to be more careful in relation to the amount of food they eat and what types of food they have. I highly recommend fresh fruits and vegetables and proper foods like that, Mr. Speaker. Regularly seen going to a marketplace and having the food come in, every 2 or 3 days. Many European nations do this. Other nations do this. They don't buy in large bulk like Canadians do and like we had to do as a result of our heritage. But, Mr. Speaker, they buy regularly every day, and that's why they have sometimes a much better source of food than we do in Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, focusing on these three areas, we are clearly working to respect Canadians' views, but also to lower Canadian sodium intake to 2,300 milligrams per day by 2016. And I think this is an ambitious target, Mr. Speaker, but by educating consumers and Canadians, we can do that. This is an approach which is already showing progress. So we've had success in this particular area in meeting its target, Mr. Speaker, and I would suggest as a result of that itself, in the small amount of time that we have taken to do that, it shows that this government's approach is clearly working. Data actually recently collected from a sample of breads, breakfast cereals, and canned soups shows that sodium levels have been reduced by about 10% overall in these particular products. The other thing is, Mr. Speaker, that I find very interesting is that, the NDP vote against, for instance, infrastructure projects. All the economic action plans that the Conservative government have brought forward, they vote against that, Mr. Speaker. They vote against bringing jobs. They send a delegation down to Washington to shut down the oil sands industry, to shut down the jobs that Canadians are working in, to shut down the manufacturing industry in Ontario and Quebec that supply somewhere in the neighbourhood of 40 to 50% of the jobs outside of Alberta that are working in the oil sands. It's shocking, Mr. Speaker, that they would try to shut down Canadian jobs, that they would vote against action plans to create employment and infrastructure and a higher quality of life in Canada, and yet they want to control the amount of salt that Canadians have. It, quite frankly, is ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-460, unfortunately, does not acknowledge the work that has already been done and the positive changes that are coming out. It just criticizes, Mr. Speaker. I would like to focus today on the costs, especially, and I know I don't have a lot of time because I have a lot to say about this particular bill because of the ludicrous nature of it, frankly. But, Mr. Speaker, this would be significant cost on taxpayers. And how do we maintain that, Mr. Speaker? Well, the government has to maintain it. So the government has to maintain it on a continuous basis. They have to keep it up to date. And, Mr. Speaker, I think, frankly, it will be underutilized, if at all utilized, by Canadians, and it would cost a lot of money to do. The only people that will actually know what's on the website, because those are the only people be able to use it, are government people that are inputting the data, and I just don't think it makes sense. By mandating the levels of sodium in food products, manufacturers would also, as I mentioned earlier, be forced to reformulate their product in a very, very quick fashion, Mr. Speaker, and that's not how it works. And frankly, as I said before, I think what they would end up doing is pulling their product off the shelf until they can conform properly, because it's an issue of food safety as well. They're going to be changing the products that go into their food, Mr. Speaker, because they have to, as a result of the NDP motion or bill. Mr. Speaker, it would just mean so many disruptions to Canadians' lives and accomplish absolutely nothing. I think it's clear that Canadians have made a choice in the last election. They voted the Conservative government so that we can continue to operate as they want us to do, continue to respect Canadians, continue to allow them to make their own educated choice, but to make sure at the same time that they have the ability to understand what they're consuming and be able to understand what choices they are making, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate. There are 8 minutes left for the Honourable Member for Maniquagan. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speech. My speech ties in with a formula that has stood the test of time and borrows heavily from the empirical nature of the subject under consideration. My assessment of an act respecting the implementation of a sodium reduction strategy will focus on exposing the current situation in the omnipresence of fast foods and the junk food lobby's control of northern communities. Now, my speech will draw on my own experience, but what we saw in 2012 with the UN reporter on food security, I was invited to a meeting with him along with some of my colleagues, and I gave him certain photographs and documents, photographs that showed the monopoly of certain lobbies in the fast food industry in my own community. At the risk of repeating myself, I am from a community on the 52nd parallel, and the food costs because of transportation are very high. Some products, such as soft drinks, and some foods that are the worst for one's health, to be clear, are offered at very low prices in my community. As an example, 2 liters of soda pop is 99 cents in July and August during the heat, and a quart of milk is $4 or $5. The same is true here, although I'm talking about soft drinks. The same thing can be said of high sodium products, such as chips. We always come up with bad examples. That's too bad, but my first few years of university, I'd work for the Parks Department. I had to pick up trash in parks. There's not too much grass, but anyway, I had to pick up trash, and most often I used to come up with packaging for fast foods or chip bags. As I indicated, young people in my communities are very free to roam around, but that has an insidious effect as well. They end up with a couple of dollars in their pocket, and they instinctively go and buy chips and soft drinks and cakes or whatever to fill up their immediate hunger, because there's not too much parental supervision in these cases. So we end up with morbid obesity in children at the elementary level. That's a problem in my community, and that shows the fact that we're very well represented in very serious diseases that are associated with hyperglycemia, diabetes, high sugar levels in general. The spectrum of diabetes is increasingly common in many Aboriginal communities and is inextricably linked to the access to prepared foods or processed foods. As I indicated, Mr. Speaker, the products of this kind are very cheap in my community. But let me also say that when the UN rapporteur came, we pointed out that alcohol as well was sold in my community in 1.2-liter containers. It's probable that there are lobbies for these kinds of products, and they saw that there's high demand in Aboriginal communities. I don't think you find the same kinds of products in Westmount. If you travel around in eastern Montreal, perhaps you do, but these products are targeted, and they know full well that there's high demand in these kinds of communities. So there are powerful lobby groups that push for low-cost delivery in these kinds of communities. The WTO has estimated that 1/5 of all deaths in high-income countries, such as Canada, are caused by nutrition-related diseases, such as diabetes, some cancers, and heart disease, resulting from excessive sodium content, high cholesterol and elevated glycemia, inadequate consumption of fruits and vegetables, and excessive abdominal fat. When I say overrepresentation of Aboriginals in these diseases, that is related to the lack of processed foods in our traditional diets. If you go back 50 or 60 years, the Innu, the Maskapi, at the 52nd parallel or further north, had a traditional lifestyle. They hunted in the forest, they hunted wildlife and ate that, or gathered. So high sugar, high sodium foods were absent from that diet. That's why in 2013 we see this deplorable situation. And this is not in keeping with the traditional diets. The Naskapi and Innu are not adapted to this kind of diet. Let me give you an example when I talk about empirical studies. When I was working for 2 years for my band council, every year we had healthcare professionals that came and met the community leaders, officials and members of the administration of the community. And these healthcare professionals were in the community room. There were 7 or 8 kiosks, and each of the employees of the band council had to submit to each of the tests in these kiosks. They checked your blood levels for different things and did a heart test, etc. Took your blood pressure. Every employee had to do it. I had to do it. I have 2 minutes left, okay? I had done it during my years at the band council. I did all these councils, and after that, the professional was telling me that she was going to give me a medal because I was the only one that had a balanced test result. So that means a lot. There were 70 employees in that place, and I got the gold medal that day. It's not to brag. It's just that I had to tell her that I was taking medication at the time to try to reduce my body fat levels. These were over-the-counter drugs, but I had the same lifestyle as everybody else. I didn't eat very well, and I was aware of these problems. Things got better later when I improved my diet. Although the various food industry players have said that they will do something, it is up to the government to reduce the intake of sodium from 3,400 to 2,300 milligrams a day. Now, this rate of 2,300 milligrams a day is already applied by many private organizations that will use that standard as, call it that de facto, even though it's not really imposed. Some people in the industry and some corporations in the food industry know full well that it is essential in order to strike a balance, and will apply it de facto even if it's not already a legal requirement. There was a report from the Association of Restaurants and Food Services that said that they already use this. So that is what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Now I invite the honourable member for Vancouver East for her right of reply. The honourable member has 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be able to rise in the House today at the end of the second hour of debate on Bill C-460 to have the last 5 minutes just to respond to the debate. And first of all, I'd like to thank all of the members in the House, on all sides of the House, who have participated in this debate, and I think many members have participated with great passion and vigour, and certainly this is a very important issue that's before us. And in fact, I would argue that this is probably the most critical public issue that's facing us today. It's very interesting to note that there's been an incredible amount of media attention on the need for sodium reduction. There's articles in the press every day, major articles, so it is something that's of great concern to many people in Canada. Just looking at a recent article from the Globe and Mail where they say Health Canada's voluntary unsupervised guidelines for food industry aren't adequate to the task, say health experts and advocates. And they quote Kevin Willis, who's the Director of Partnerships with the Canadian Stroke Network, who says if we don't have data available in a transparent way that we can monitor that these changes are actually taking place, it's a problem. He says the government could require companies to make that information available so it can be verified. It's all part of the transparent monitoring process. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have to say in the development of this bill, there's been an incredible amount of support across the country, and some of the organizations have been mentioned here in the debate today. But I particularly want to thank Dr. Norm Campbell, the Heart and Stroke Foundation of Canada CIHR Chair in Hypertension Prevention Control, and Bill Jeffrey, the National Coordinator for the Centre for Science in the Public Interest. Now, these two individuals have been just incredible, both here on the Hill in providing information, education and awareness, and I think they have spoken volumes about the critical need to have this bill move forward at second reading. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the arguments from the Conservative members, and I want to reiterate that this is actually a very straightforward bill. And I'll say it again, this bill will implement the sodium reduction strategy that was developed not by me, not by any member in this House, but was developed by an expert working group in 2010. The purpose of this bill is to make sure that the guidelines and the strategy that was devised are actually followed through. And as we've heard from many members in this House, the non-action, the pathetic lack of leadership from the government on the sodium reduction strategy, and in fact disbanding the sodium working group, has really been quite shocking. And I think many people that I've spoken to in the community, in some of these organizations, tell me that, at one point you could know that Canada was sort of leading in the world, that other countries would look to Canada to take leadership, and now that has been completely reversed. We are so far behind on this issue and many other public health issues that it really is something that's very, very disturbing. Now, we've heard arguments today. In fact, we've heard members who want to ridicule this bill, who want to make fun, who come up with jokes. And it's very perplexing because it makes me think, A, do they not know the major organizations that are supporting this bill, who have done the research, who are the experts and who believe that this bill is sound? And B, do they not understand that the Canadian public want to see the Canadian government take leadership? Some members referred to a survey that was done, and there is a very recent survey by the University of Toronto just in March of this year, and it tells us that 78% of Canadians support setting maximum sodium levels in food sold in grocery stores, and 76% agreed that there should be a warning label and statements that are displayed so that people have the real information that they need. Mr. Speaker, I want to end by saying that, other countries are doing what needs to be done. Recently, South Africa announced that they're now going to require regulations that have to be met in June 2016 for sodium reduction. Many other countries have taken much more significant action than Canada. So at the end of the day, I think we have to ask ourselves, are we committed to the health of Canadians? Are we committed to ensuring that deaths that are now taking place that can be prevented, that we will ensure the health of Canadians in the future. If we are, then this bill is one concrete measure that will allow that to happen. So I urge all members of the House to read this bill properly, to look at who's supporting it, and to support this bill at second reading so it can go to committee, so that we can look at the bill. If there are issues and concerns, we can address them, but vote in principle to support this bill.
Yes.
Thank you.
Order. It being 2:30 p.m., the time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East, seconded by Mrs. Sella, moved that Bill C-460, an act respecting the implementation of the sodium reduction strategy for Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 8, 2013, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. And now, it being 2:32 p.m., this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.